Okay. Nominally, this should be working again. Let us double check, double check, double check. All right. Sorry, the beginnings of these are just always going to be a little awkward. Hey, okay. It's definitely working now. Sorry, the beginnings of these are just always going to be a little awkward. Hey, okay. It's definitely working now. All right, and I think it's going a little faster than it was last time. All right, and I think I cranked the settings up a little bit to see if I couldn't get it to look a little nicer than the first stream did. So we'll see how this goes. I cranked the settings up a little bit to see if I couldn't get it to look a little nicer than the first. All right. And in that case, I'm going to pull up the aisle. Updating the chat and all that for anybody wondering what the heck I'm doing right now. If you've already joined the stream this early, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope everybody's having a nice day. Other than the cancellation of, if I'm being honest, it's definitely, I can't say it was the best show on TV right now because I was watching Andor, and damn, if that show isn't amazing. But we can very, very easily say I think it was the best, or the second best show on TV. Maybe my favorite still, even with how good Andor is, just because I love Wheel of Time so much. So, you know, it was right in my pocket. If you are watching and the stream is getting laggy or anything like that, please let me know in the chat, because that means that the settings I tweaked need to go back to what they were for the first stream. I'm going to troubleshoot whatever's going on with my internet speed right now, but that's going to take me getting one of my buddies who knows what they're doing over here. All right. I've already got dinosaurs on both of those. That one, let's try that one. A little Q. Only 4. That's not bad for the aisle. All right. Well, it's gonna take a couple minutes. Maybe my only complaint about the aisle is the queues, but I've been playing the game long enough that I can remember before they'd set up the queue system, and it would just be like, yeah, you can't log in, it's full. So this is definitely better than that. if anybody who's watching now, if you've got any questions or you want to talk about Wheel of Time or anything like that, I mean, just drop it in the chat, obviously. Otherwise, this queue is going pretty quick. I'm already second. Look at me learning how to do stuff. This is sort of an awkward moment. Normally I wouldn't have anyone to entertain while I'm waiting in line. I appreciate it, her. Nice to see you again. Isn't that what live is for? I mean, we're inviting you to hang out with us while we talk to ourselves in a room alone, like it's all weird. I can't think you're weird for watching it when I'm the one streaming it. That was, that's how I used to feel about reaction content, frankly. I'm actually kind of I'm not going to say I'm too old, because plenty of people older than me watch reaction content at this point. But especially because it's more of a European thing. There's like, in Europe you got like, you guys have that TV shows and you've had them for a while that are like reaction shows, right? That's kind of where all this came from, I think. And that's just not something we've ever like done on TV in the States. We do trash reality TV shows here. So yeah, it's something I just never really encountered until Mandalorian. And I was watching Mandalorian at home alone during COVID, and I was so depressed that I couldn't get, people to come over and watch it or whatever, because nobody was leaving their houses, which made sense. I wasn't either. And yeah, it was just sad. So then, I saw some YouTube reaction smash up of other grown men crying in the same way I had when they saw Luke Skywalker at the end of that season. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I do understand reaction content. And from there, it was just an immediate downhill slide. To the point where we are now, where I'm running a reaction channel. Where I guess I'm mostly known for crying at stuff. Fair. Said it before, and again, not ashamed to cry at stuff, especially stuff that I love. Though I really don't cry that much in my regular life. I guess that's why, you want to engage with stuff you love. Regular life can be so boring. Oof. We're really sitting on 2 for a minute here. That's the problem with a queue, though, right? When it's actually 1 in, 1 out. I gotta wait for 2 people to get sick of playing the game. Which nominally could go really fast, or could take forever. Oh, gosh. All right. I might need to think of something to talk about. Hmm. This might be like a first in like most of my life. Oh, it went to one, guys. Oh, it went to one. At least there's that. Yeah, not too many times I've been short for topics in my life. Not hard to get me to talk. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Here we go. Well, yeah, anybody that feels like Wheel of Time talk or whatever, that's what we're here for. But I'm also going to be playing video games at the same time. Probably, based on our first session this afternoon, pretty poorly. Um, which is alright. I don't think I ever said I was great. We're going to do a Herrerasaurus again. And if you weren't here a while ago, which you probably weren't, so this is the Isle. It's just a game where you are a dinosaur and the other people in the game are also dinosaurs. And so you're just trying to survive. So you have, a diet. You have certain other animals that you eat and don't eat. And, if you're an herbivore, obviously you eat plants. I am a carnivore at the moment. Let's look at the growth preview. Yeah, that's your Jurassic Park colors right there. I can't help but make the dinosaurs Jurassic Park colors. Yeah, so your juvenile is going to have a slightly different coloration than your adult version. If you really wanted to sweat it, you would make your colors something so that your juvenile form is as camouflage as possible in, grass and whatever. But these things are so small. Grass is tall. It's pretty easy to hide with these colors. They're not bad. And yeah, I'll just confirm. My thoughts on the cancellation. Do I think we're ever going to get another adaptation? Okay. Oh, it looks like I'm in swamps, so that means I need to get moving north. Okay, here's my thoughts. Number one, I unfortunately I kind of thought this was coming since before the season even started, based on some commentary I saw from the people making the show, where you might have seen the same comment. They were like, hey, if you really want this show to continue, what you should do is cancel your Prime account and then start a new Prime account, and then the first thing you watch is Wheel of Time. Because apparently the people at Prime have decided that's the most important metric that they're working by. Seems to be the subtext of what I'm seeing in the media and whatever about the cancellation. The subtext seems to be that the people at Prime thought they were going to find new Prime users by making these fantasy TV shows. It's the same problem they're now having with Lord of the Rings, except the Tolkien estate apparently has a contract with Amazon that demands that they make like 5 seasons. So Amazon can't cancel the Lord of the Rings until they've made 5 seasons, is what I've heard. I'm not an expert on these things or anything like that, but what I've heard is that that's the situation. And that would actually make a lot of sense based off of what I also know about the Tolkien camp, which is that they're very, very protective of the material. It's not easy to get them to sell you the rights to make something about Lord of the Rings. So they probably just had a lot more power in negotiation so far as being able to demand more seasons right off the bat. That is not something I think the Wheel of Time had, the power to do. Because it's, the Wheel of Time and not the Lord of the Rings. And I might love the Wheel of Time more than the Lord of the Rings, without trying to take anything away from the Lord of the Rings. But I recognize that that would not make, it doesn't make sense from a capitalist perspective, because those Lord of the Rings movies, which I love more than almost any other movie, are much beloved. And they made a bunch of money. So Amazon, part of it was they were hoping to make money, but when you run a subscription service that everyone is already subscribed to so that they can get their, baby food and whatever sent to them, and your video service is just an additional thing on top of that, I don't understand how anyone thought that was going to make them extra money or bring in new users. I can see how you would argue that making good TV might help keep people on the payroll for Amazon, but I don't know how anybody with a brain could think that it was going to bring in a bunch of new Amazon users when Amazon has reached market saturation. Okay? Amazon has reached market saturation. They own as much of the world as you can own. So yeah, if that is all true, then I just think the Wheel of Time was trying to hit an impossible metric, which means that, Prime was always going to do this. Now, I think personally, and this is just 100% my personal opinion at this point, I think that it does have a lot of value for a company with some people with brains running it. So very specifically, the one that I can think of that makes the most sense would be if Apple could swing purchasing this to continue making it. Maybe we could get a continuation, like if the fans were noisy about it and said, we really want to see more of this show, and if Amazon is shopping it around like they should, if they're at all intelligent, there's no reason for them to hang on to it if they're not going to make it. And if Sony wants to make money off of the property that they already own, why wouldn't they want to make money off the property they already own again? So yeah, I think it would make sense for a subscription service like Apple, where they are very far from market saturation. Apple, I've been told, has some really good shows on it. I haven't watched much on Apple myself. Oh, I just got killed by a pig. Guys, that's embarrassing. If you don't play this game, the pigs are AIs. That was not a human being that just killed me. I just got killed by a food animal. Yeah. So anyway, what I was saying, I think it would make a lot of sense for a company like Apple to purchase this product. Maybe Netflix, but it would be a big swing for Netflix with how I think Netflix's finances are at the moment. But yeah, I'm not super sure how Apple's finances are. But if Apple's serious about Apple TV, getting a bigger market share, I think Wheel of Time would be an intelligent property for them to pick up for continuation, just because they'd instantly get all of us who are already watching the show to switch to their service if we don't already have it, right? I'm sure plenty of people watching this show on Amazon don't have Apple TV. And, it would be an immediate influx of users. Now, I'm not smart enough to run the math on how much money that would make them and whether it would be worth their time. But I think it would, because from what I've seen, like, the number of watchers for the show isn't that bad. It really isn't. It's not amazing, but it's not bad, and it hasn't gone down season to season. It's gone up a little bit. Like, season 2 had less viewers than season 3 had. So, if you're making a TV show because you want to get more viewers, right, then nominally the Wheel of Time was going in the right direction. Now, if you gave them more budget than you could afford, well, again, that kind of sounds like you screwed up, not the show. Because also, like, to be like, oh, we're not making enough profit on this show. What did you guys think you were going to make a profit on? Like, they aren't making... What are they making? Like, I haven't seen anything for this show. And I'm exactly the kind of idiot that Facebook or whoever would be selling this shit to. You know, I'm a splurge buyer. I buy t-shirts on the internet all the time, you know, like because the internet knows it can sell me t-shirts. And let me tell you, if Amazon were making dope-ass Wheel of Time t-shirts, Facebook would be showing them to me, and I'd be buying them because I'm that dupe. But Amazon isn't doing that. And they aren't making Heron Mark swords you can buy, and they aren't making, you know, I just don't understand what they thought they were going to make money on. Again, you run a subscription service. So if everyone is already paying for your subscription because you already own the whole freaking world, who did you think you were going to draw in? So you have to then, you know, as they would say in Spaceballs, you got to merchandise. It should have been Wheel of Time, the TV movie, Wheel of Time, the poster, Wheel of Time, the flamethrower, Wheel of Time, the toilet paper. You know, you're Amazon. It's what the hell? How can you not sell merch? Yeah. Oh, the stream looks like it's a little screwy. Yeah, right? And you're Amazon. I mean, are they printing the books? Are they making profit off of that somehow? Like, have they become the new publishing house? I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like, there's got to be ways that you could be making more money off this show than you are if you put any effort into it. But it seems like they wanted the show to make money. How did they expect the show was going to make money? On my end, the stream is looking a little grainy. If it's looking that way for you guys too, please do let me know. And I might have to crank the settings back down a little bit. All right, let's see. But yeah, I don't know what they thought was going to happen. Without merch, without, you know, they weren't selling individual episodes to us. Like, not that I wanted them to or anything, but like, what did they think they were going to make money off of with this show? If they weren't going to do any of the in-between steps themselves. Anyhow. So yeah, I think Amazon has just massively mishandled this. And I think somebody smart, who has a service that actually needs users, somebody like Apple, could maybe do this. It's just a question of whether or not they could swing the budget. I don't know whether or not Apple is looking to spend the amount of money you need to spend to make a fantasy show that looks this good. Because, like, this show looked so good. And you would really need to get all the same people on board. So I would assume for relatively the same price, right? If you wanted to make a similar product. So yeah, I think it's a question of, I don't know who else in the TV space would want to spend the money right now. But the best thing I can think of would be like an Apple. I think Wheel of Time could be really good for Apple. They don't have anything like that on Apple TV, to my knowledge. And if they do have something like that on Apple TV and I don't know about it, well, then, you know, they haven't done their job very well. Because I don't know about it. So, you know, maybe they do need Wheel of Time, because I would know about that. That's sort of the long and short of my opinion right there. Maybe more detail than you wanted, but also less detail than I could give, let me tell you. That's probably like the 5th time I've said that today too, because I have been streaming a long time. But, you know, it's if we're going to get another adaptation, I would hope it would be a quick continuation of this adaptation. If not, I don't know. We might not ever see it again. In my opinion, because you know how, I mean, in my experience, you know, they're only getting more reluctant to, you know, not to remake things. They're fine with remaking things that made a ton of money. But if you have to make any sort of intelligent argument in favor of something, then it's far less likely that you're going to get that thing made. What is making that noise? I don't know what dinosaur makes that noise, but it is making me nervous as hell. I am absolutely tiny. Oh, crap! Oh, this son of a bitch. Oh, this son of a bitch is going to eat me. The only thing in my favor right now is that I'm tiny. He can't see me in the grass. Duck and weave and climb. Climb, climb, climb. Oh my god, I'm safe. He cannot climb. Oh man, this game really gets your heart going sometimes. Shit. Oh man, don't screw up right now. He might still be watching. I'm trying to get out here on this branch, and then if I get out on the branch, I can lay down. Oh my god, how did I screw that up again? Oh, it's because the branch is part of this other tree, so it wasn't, I think it wasn't locking right. That's probably it. There we go. Just grandma careful about it. Alright. Gotta give my dinosaur a second to lay down. Woo! So yeah, Make, I hope I answered your question as fully as you would like there. Oh, are these little sons of bitches gonna come after me? Really? I'm not that close to your tree. Leave me alone. You're on that tree. I'm on this tree. Did I just hear that Dilophosaur too? Oh my god, these things are never gonna stop. I'm gonna have to move. And I think that Dilophosaur is still hunting me. But he was brown. He was some good colors. Ooh! Over there by the water. There's a Sarah. Hey, Heather. Nice to see you back. Oh my goodness. That Sarah is making noises. I'm like the size of a chicken right now. Like, this is not a good time for all these big dinosaurs to be showing up. I just wanted to get a drink. There's a good rock over here. Oh, God. Let's see if I can make it to this rock. Oh, I might get eaten. Through the bushes. Through the bushes. But yeah, this is how I'm coping with the news, guys. Playing more video games than I probably should. What is making all that noise? Like, I don't recognize the dinosaur's call. But B, making that much noise in this game is like suicidal. Like maybe it's a big pack and so they're trying to draw dinosaurs in so they can kill them. I don't know. But it's like, to just keep calling like that, what is happening? It seems like I'm getting a little closer to whatever it is. There's sometimes packs of raptors up here. All right, no raptors. What? This is just a mystery I need to figure out now. I just gotta figure out who's showing out like this. Get out here on the tip of Pride Rock. Okay, it seems to be coming from right over here somewhere. Oh man, I am hungry. Not in real life, my dinosaur's hungry. The stomach's red, if you can see that. Oh, the dinosaur will grow as time goes on. So here we go. On my little menu down here, this is my growth chart. If you eat things that are within your diet and obviously keep yourself fed correctly, so here's all the things that are within my diet. So eating these things will make it so that I grow faster, and I want to get like a mix of carbs, protein, and lipids from all these different sources. Ideally, right? You can also, if you're a carnivore and you just find something that's dead, that's meat, that hasn't gone bad yet, you can eat it. A few kinds can eat meat that's bad. You know, it depends on what kind of dinosaur you're playing as. Real big differences to how you play this game. Oh, the edges of my screen are starting to go red because I am starting to starve to death. All right. Falling is not a big problem as this dinosaur because we're built to jump out of trees. I don't think... Oh no, goat's on my menu. Okay. Let's see if I can't find this goat. There's a goat somewhere around here because it's making noise. Killing a goat at this size might be an issue. Really, at the size I am right now, I should be eating fish. As someone who plays this dinosaur a lot, I should really be starting to get dark too. Luckily, your dinosaurs have night vision. I should be eating fish, but there were multiple big dinosaurs chilling around this pond. I could go check it out again real quick and see if there are any fish in the pond. I wasn't even looking that hard last time. But now I'm starving, so if I get eaten, I get eaten, because I need to eat. Yeah, game's fun if you're not the kind of person who like wants to rage quit a game every time you get killed, because boy do you get killed in this game. Oh, there's a freaking pig up there on the hill. All right. No fish. No fish at all. So if there were fish in the pond, they'd be jumping up. You'd be able to see them jumping. So this is a problem for me, friends. Have I played the new Oregon Trail? Probably not. I don't know what the newest Oregon Trail is. But now you have me curious, and I'm 100% going to look it up. But I don't feel like I've seen anything for a new Oregon Trail in a very long time. Okay. There's something over here. Okay. I think those are deer. I think something else already had them running, though, so I might be running straight at something that wants to eat me. And again, I don't even think I'm big enough to kill a deer right now. This is all very problematic. But hunger is the motivator. Oh, Classics, Heather. Both classics. I have played a lot of Fable. I actually bought it on my computer here not that long ago, but I haven't played it much. I think I want to... I'm eventually just going to need to suck it up and buy an Xbox controller, because there's a lot of games that, like, you just got to have an Xbox controller to play them. I tend to play with a PlayStation controller, but it's just not the same. This is terrible. I'm at this point I want to be eaten. Oh my god. I'm going to starve to death. I have starved to death many a time in this game, but it's always embarrassing. Sometimes it's entirely not your fault. You can literally just run around for as long as it takes your dinosaur to starve to death, and you never see food. But I'm hearing goats right now, and I can eat goats. If one of these stupid buggers would just stick his head out and let me kill him and eat him. Let's give a scavenger. There's food over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody killed this deer. Oh, somebody killed this goat or deer or whatever it is. I'm gonna eat it. This is stupid. This is stupid. They're probably right in this bush waiting to eat me. But I'm dying. I'm dying. So we're doing what is stupid. This is how evolution works, friends. Oh my god, if I get a full belly of something within my diet as a Herrerasaurus, that's almost enough to get full grown. One good full belly. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, what a dream. I can't even believe that just happened. Who did that for me? Oh, was it the pig? Sometimes, the boars, the like random AI boars in this game are super territorial, and sometimes they just kill other herbivore animals that are in their area with them. And I think that's what just happened there. I think AI just killed a goat for me on accident. I'm gonna go up in this tree and hide for a minute. Well, no, not the tree. I'm gonna go to the rock. The rock has a better view. It's further away, and oh god, what was that? Oh god, hi! Oh god, oh god, tree, hi, hi! Oh god! Oh, freaking Gallimimus! Oh, I was never gonna outrun him. That was like a full-grown Gallimimus. So Gallimimuses are omnivores. I have never played as a Gallimimus ever in this game before. I have played as a Biposaurus. Bipasauruses are funny. They're little. They're like little. They're like the size of a turkey, and but they swim really well. And basically, you just annoy the crocodiles and other stuff. It's you can't be very aggressive. But you can mess around with people. Let's see. What do I want to play as? I'll go for something that gets bigger. So the bigger the dinosaur you want to play as, the longer it's going to take to grow to full size. So, like, that's one of the reasons I love the Herrerasaurus, because it's a medium-sized dinosaur. So it takes, like, I think it's, like, real life, like, 2 hours or something like that to grow to full size as a Herrerasaurus. I feel like that's about the same for the Omniraptor. But like the Sarah, which is one of my favorite big ones to play as. The Sarah is the one you can eat like rotten meat and blah blah blah. They got really good endurance for running, but they're not very fast. But they get real big. But they take a very long time to get full size. And I hate playing as the pterodon. I can't figure out flying in this game to save my life. Quite literally. And I also kind of love playing as the Troodon. It's sort of like a poisonous version of the Compy, if you ever watched like the Jurassic Park movies. So this one you play as essentially a scavenger. You just run around and find the kills of big things, and you try to run in and grab bites for yourself and run away before they kill you. So I have fun playing that one. It's kind of a role play dinosaur, let's say, rather than a real aggressive one. And then here's the fear of everyone in this game, including other Deinosuchuses, the crocodile. Because these guys are, every time you approach water, there might be a full-size one of these guys in it, just waiting to eat you. And it's terrifying. Every time they get you, it is horrifying. And if you're playing as one of them, they are cannibals. So yeah, a few of the dinosaurs in this game that I play as, the Sera also is a cannibal, which means that your own species is in your diet. And so it's very hard to have trust. Like if you're playing as a raptor, it's kind of awesome, because anytime you see a raptor, you're just like, let's group up, and you all group up, and you'll have like 15 raptors with you like that all of a sudden, and you guys are massively dangerous with a big group of raptors. Most dinosaurs have lower limits on how many dinosaurs they're allowed to have in their group with them than raptors do. But that's like raptors thing, right? But yeah, when you're a Dino or a Sera, you've got to be afraid of even your own species when you see them. Because there's like a 50-50 chance that that other player is somebody who's just going to kill you and eat you. Especially if you're a baby. And on that note, I think I'm going to play as one of those too. Let's try Dino. Let's be the fear. Alright. So, once again, I went to adult because otherwise they don't show their final coloration. Now, if I were really sweating this right now, as I've said before, I'd be going back and forth and comparing, like, oh, actually, that might be a terrible idea because, yeah! Do I want to be a yellow baby? No. No, I do not want to be a yellow baby. So yeah, there's a couple important colors in the adult scheme that you need to get right for your young form, because yeah, again, they are connected, but they change. All right, so that's acceptable. Dark brown and a little bit of, you know, muddy brown. That's acceptable. I'd like to have a little green to hide in the grass, but brown and brown is not too bad for in the water in this game. All right, now where am I? Not the swamps, not the swamps, not the swamps! Okay, this is the ideal start as a Dino in every sense, except for if there are other Dinos here waiting to eat you because you're as small as possible and you fit their diet and nobody has approached the water in forever, so they're starving. Because again, the bigger you get, the more often you need to eat, and the more you need to eat. So you almost can't blame the cannibals if they are full size, because they are ravenous. They are always hungry. A full-size Dino just needs to eat all the freaking time. Pretty similar for a Sera. Alright, so I'm sticking in this shallow water. How many other players on the server? There are 100 players at a time on a server. So this is, like I said, the game's called The Isle, and then I play what's called the Avrima branch. I would say it's the most popular version of the game. So it's not technically like the classic standard version of the game. It's like an experimental branch where they try out stuff. But I think it's the most played version. You know, if you talk to people who play The Isle, I feel like most of them are going to be like, oh yeah, go play Avrima. But yeah, there's going to be, especially because, yeah, this server had a wait list when I logged in, so there's going to be 100 other players. But those are going to be spread out between all the different dinosaur types you can play as, and they're going to be spread out over the map, which the map is very large. There are hot points, which are where you're going to show up, but the hot points change, you know, over time. So it's not like hard spawn points. But like, for example, you know, I knew this lake when I showed up here because this is, like I said, usually the ideal Dino start location. Though right now, I haven't found any food yet. What is this? That's not food, that's just rocks. I have not seen any fish in the lake yet, and that could be bad for me for two reasons. One, again, if there's another Dino here, and they've been here longer than me, they might be starving already. And if they see my tiny little bum swimming around, they might say, well, I feel bad about it, but I'm going to eat him because I do not want to starve. And while I try not to ever do that myself, I won't lie, it has happened on occasion. I have occasionally cannibalized another Dino because it is an absolute necessity when you reach maximum Dino size. There are no fish in the lake right now. This is bad. Because if there are no fish in the lake, that means I need to either wait around for them to start spawning in the lake, which, you know, it could happen any second. It's not crazy, so waiting around isn't necessarily a terrible idea. But also, Common Wisdom maybe says I should go downstream, increase the size of the area I'm looking for food in, because, you know, they will be spawning at some point in the river. But as soon as I start going downstream, I'm going to start running into Dinos who have set up already further downstream. And they're just waiting for me to swim by because they need lunch. Oh, this is crap. Okay. Underwater again. Turning on your night vision underwater is smart. So all dinosaurs have night vision. So this is my night vision off. This is my night vision on. And night vision on underwater only works for a couple of dinosaur species. The Dino, the Herrera. But the ones that can do it, it's super useful underwater. Makes it way easier to see if there's somebody else set up down there in the reeds or something looking to eat me. Or to spot food. But you will notice I usually, you know, if I'm really looking for food, I'm often staying towards the top because, like I said, the fish jump and you can see them from pretty far away. There are also like large fish, like catfish and stuff that stay more towards the bottom. But at the size that I'm at right now, those things can actually eat me. They usually won't unprovoked, but if I try to eat one, the catfish will turn around and swallow me whole. Because, yeah, size chart-wise, you will notice, here's my growth chart. So when I'm full grown, here's the size I will be compared to a human, if there were humans in the game. And this is the size I am right now. And, yeah, that's a snack. That's snack size. Oh, boy. My FPS was going a little haywire there for a second. Alright. Okay, guys, this is... I'm only a quarter down on food. But... the fact that I'm not seeing any food at all makes me... Ooh, there's food in the distance. So the fact that it looks like a chicken leg... Yeah, right? So, like I said, it's technically a Deinosuchus or whatever it is. I like dinosaurs. I'm not an expert on dinosaurs. So, yeah, like a, you know, related to a crocodile. It's not a technical modern crocodile, but it's just so much easier to just be like, oh, look, it's a crocodile. Okay, so yeah, the fact that it's a chicken leg means that I can eat it. It is food I can eat, and it'll fill up my hunger meter, but it's not technically in my diet, so it's not something that's going to help me grow faster, but it will keep me from dying of hunger. So I'm at least going to swim over and see if I can't see what it is. It looks like it might be up on top of the dam, which probably means it's a dead pterodon. No, I think pterodons are in my... Oh no, there's the pterodon right there. That was a pterodon flying overhead. What would a pterodon have up there on top of the dam that I could eat that isn't in my diet? A pterodon's going to be eating fish, and there could be another dead pterodon up there, but that would be part of my diet. This is a mystery. I'm going to get myself killed by another dino because I'm not paying any attention to what's happening underwater. Oh man, I'm getting really laggy. Let us see. No food. Literally no fish in the whole freaking lake. Like, how's that even possible? Ba-da-ba-doo. Boy, the server's feeling a little laggy to me. Sometimes the servers in this game do need, you know, that's why they need their, what is it, twice a day or 3 times a day resets that this game does, because they can get a little overworked. I would say there's typically only... Wheel of Time question. Yeah. Do you think the actor change for Matt hurt his character? I don't, personally. I am a huge fan of the new Matt, personally. I liked what the old guy was doing for Matt. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I thought he was doing fine for Matt, especially with the direction that he was given, because like I said, I don't think he had anything to do with the, you know, what I would call obvious character changes that were made to Matt in order to justify later arcs that we did get to see resolved, thank goodness. Or come to some fruition, right? So we could see what they were cooking. But yeah, I don't think it hurt him. I actually think the new actor understood the character better than the old character did. I think the change, if it hurt anything, I would say it just hurt the show in general, because it was just another one of those things that the people that were so intent on being negative about this show could be negative about. Yeah, the fact that I'm rolling around at night, just saying, not a great idea in this game. But I'm, again, pretty desperate for food right now. But yeah, I just think it was something that allowed people who, again, I think are disingenuously negative about the show to continue being negative. But I don't think those people were ever in any way going to be, you know, open to anything. So, you know, I don't think there was any way to win with them. So, yeah, I think any negativity around it was maybe, you know, less than it, or more than it should have been, possibly. I don't know. Because, I think he understood the character better, personally. Matt's character seems so relatable versus the others. Well, here's the funny thing about that, is that I would argue, as someone who's read the books, and again, I'm going to try and make sure I never give away spoilers when I'm talking about these sort of things and differences, but as someone who's read the books, I would actually argue that Matt is one of the harder characters to relate to in the early books, because he does behave in a way that is kind, you know, selfish, and he, you know, without, you know, giving anything important away, Matt has the worst reaction to finding out that Rand is the Dragon Reborn of, I think, anyone who knows him. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone else who has a worse initial reaction to the whole situation than Matt. Now, again, having read the books, understanding the background of this world, why Matt acts like that makes sense. But it's like not just negative, like, because it is sort of negative in the books. There's sort of a moment where Matt's like, ooh, but like, no, like in the books, it's like Rand has died to him, maybe. Now, the funny thing about the final scenes of season 1, to my knowledge, though, are that like those are just cutting room floor bits because the actor had already quit the show, so they were just using things they'd already filmed of him that they were not going to use, and they just stitched them together to make it sort of resemble the books a little bit more. But again, we all know, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to argue that the end of season 1, especially people who've read the books, that the end of season 1 was done super well. But I really do think that mostly had to do with COVID. I really think COVID threw everybody for a loop. But yeah, it just so badly messed up the filming of that first season. And, a lot of the first season I think is still fine. I think it's fine to good. But I think that's in spite of the fact that COVID was happening, like it's great that any of it was any good at all because they were working under such crazy restrictions. But yeah, like Matt not going with them in that final scene of season 1 is 100% because the character had already left the show, and so he had left on like a break or whatever during filming, and then he was just like, yeah, I'm not coming back. And yeah, and you're right to want more Matt, because literally, like, we were only just starting to touch on the parts of his character that are really fun and interesting in the books. Matt, I would say by the end of the books, Matt is probably my favorite character. I would say in the early books, Perrin is my favorite character. But in the late books, Matt is my favorite character. And it's because, so much has happened to him, and he's grown so much from his experiences. Yeah, you're right to want more Matt. But, with where we were in the story, I can say confidently there would have been a lot of Matt in season 4. Season 4 would have done for Matt what this season did for Perrin. And yeah, if they were going to do it in 8 episodes, it would have had to have been truncated. But now I'm sad. Now I'm sad because you made me realize that the Band of the Red Hand would have been in season 4. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, the Band of the Red Hand would have been in season 4, guys. We were this close. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna get eaten. Oh, all right. Shit. You really spoiled my equanimity there. Oh. I'm like trying so hard to be positive and equal right now. And yeah, you did just remind me that we were right about to turn a corner in the story with Matt's character that is just so amazing. Yeah, here's what I would recommend to you if you wanted more of Matt, and you don't want to read 14 1,000-page books. The audiobooks are great. If you feel so inclined to get the Rosamund Pike ones, I've heard they're good. I cannot tell you for sure because I have the older version. I think it's Kate Redding, and I should really know his name. I've listened to so many hours of him reading those books. That's a Deinosuchus. That's a big Deinosuchus, I heard. Sorry. I heard a big Deinosuchus making his territorial noise, and I about peed my pants. But yeah, I would very heavily recommend the audiobooks if you're not looking to read that much. And a lot of people just as a grown ass man, like, I did a lot more reading as a teenager because I had more free time, right? I get it. Audiobooks, you can listen to them in the car or whatever. So, I'm a big fan of audiobooks anymore. And I do have like I said, the older version of the audiobooks for Wheel of Time, and they're fantastic. They're really good. And I would, honestly, if you wanted to, just pick it up at Shadow, pick up the audiobooks from the third book. I mean, I would just say go from the first book. But again, if you're hesitant in any way, just jump to the book that is the season we just watched so that you can also get the bits that they didn't get to push in there. And just keep going. Because like I said, it's, the books this is really where the books take off. What's up, Ath? Nice to see you again. And yeah, like I said, I'm not 100. I haven't fully given up on the show. I'm not super confident that it's going to be picked up by anybody. But my current fantasy, much like the fact that, by the way, guys, Loial is alive, and you can't prove otherwise. Rafe can't prove otherwise. He can say it in interviews all he wants, but until you show me Loial dead on that screen, he's not dead. All right, that was scary, real scary what you did to him. But yeah, I would need further seasons to confirm that Loial is dead. So there's the silver lining. I've found the silver lining. Loial is alive. Canon. Put it down. But yeah. I'm hoping Apple picks it up. That's my fantasy at the moment. If Apple would just go, yeah, you know what? You're right. We don't have an epic fantasy show. Now, here's my fear, is that everything I've seen from Apple has been extremely low budget. That doesn't mean that's all they're doing. Again, I have not watched much from Apple, but the things I have watched from Apple have been very small casts. They're done in like borderline office spaces. They want to show like The Office at Apple. Because they're like, yeah, let's just, like, what Severance or whatever, that's an Apple show, right? And it looks to me like they just filmed it in a white box. Considering the audiobooks, because the show got me hooked. Yeah, right? Oh. You have no idea how awesome Varen is. Now, see, if you really love Varen, then yeah, go back to audiobook 1, because so much, if you love the show Varen, so much of Varen's character from the books is cut out of the show. And again, I get it. I understand why. I totally get it. But if you love these characters, you get so much more of them in the books. And as I've said before, there's no way they could have filmed it better as far as that goes. Because the way the books are written is it's always from one of the characters' internal perspective. It is not a third-person narrator. It is one of the characters narrates every single chapter from inside their own head. So you are hearing these characters' thoughts about themselves and about the world around them and about the people they're talking to and whether or not they can trust them and all that kind of stuff in a way that the show was never going to be able to nail. It was just never going to be able to nail that. And that was always my biggest fear about this show, is that if they couldn't nail the internal monologue, then what is this series about? So they had to try and find ways to show the internal monologues of these characters, and that meant they needed to change what actually happened in the books so that they could show things that aren't explicitly shown in the books, and that pissed off all the book cloak people, right? So it was just it was not set up to win right from the start, unfortunately. But yeah, in my internal headcanon, they are talking to Apple right now about the possibility of Apple picking this up, and we'll get more. Whatever is going on with this game right now is jankety. This is wrong. I should be able to see what's going on over here. And is this blackness following me? Oh, okay. It stopped. Jeez, that was... Is it going to start again if I go back that way? Yes. Okay. So you can't play near the waterfall right now. Heard. That's kind of janked, guys. Get that fixed. Jesus. The game shouldn't run worse than the last time I played it. That's a bad sign. Yes. Again, Heather, it's very much worth listening to. And yeah, since you're listening to it, you just do it when you're doing your laundry. Do it when you're on a walk. Do it, you can do it on your own time as an audiobook, because it takes way less from you than, reading a book does. I can't do my dishes and read a book at the same time. I am not that talented. But I can do my dishes and read an audiobook at the same time. What's happening in my sink would not tell you that story, but that's a different problem. Oof. I don't feel like the Dino play is really doing it for us, guys. This has not been as interesting as the Herrerasaur play. I think the number of Dino players has gone down because people got so scared of them that it got much harder to play as a Dino, because people just don't even approach the bodies of water that you're normally in anymore. People only drink out of the little ponds that are way far off the road. And on that note, I do know where the nearest one of those ponds is. I could go camp out in that. I think that's the plan for right now. The one thing I wish you could do in this game is auto kill your dinosaur. I understand why you can't, because you could just stack up food somewhere and then come back with a different dinosaur and eat it. I get it. But you do have to kill your dinosaur if you want to switch dinosaurs again. And yeah, Loyal's still alive. So there's that. There's that. Alright. This is a big waterfall. I would not necessarily suggest just rolling right over the edge, but I've done this before. That's not to say I won't die right now. Okay. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. Yes. There are also some nightmare spots down here. That's what I just call them. And it's spots where you can kind of fall into a place where you can never get back out of again. Okay, I think I'm past them. Shoo. Is the Earth's Children series the Ursula K. Le Guin series? I think you might have recommended that to me once before, Heather. If I am correct in saying it's Ursula Le Guin, right? Jean M. Owl. No. What's Le Guin? Is that the Earthsea series? Is that what I'm thinking of? Fantasy titles. Isla. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever recommended that to me before. It's possible. I don't have the greatest memory. Le Guin is Earthsea. Yeah, okay. So I wasn't completely smoking crack. Alright. I have not seen a single other dinosaur yet played as the Dino. Not that I'm large enough to eat another dinosaur yet. I am still flippin' small. And I'm getting increasingly close to being starving. And I still haven't seen any fish. This server might be a little bugged out right now. I think every once in a while, things like the fish will stop spawning, and I could just be in the wrong part of the map for it to be spawning. That's possible, but it shouldn't be this bad because I should be able to survive on pretty much any part of the map. Especially as a baby. I don't need that much food. I've never read any Le Guin either. Yeah, so I've never read Owl, if that's how you say that, and I've never read Le Guin either. The thing is, there are just so many fantasy series out there, aren't there? Oh God, you guys want to see me swan dive this? This is a pretty bad idea. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to survive this, but let's do it. Oh, we survived! That was a terrible idea. I think if I were any bigger, I would have just hit the ground and died. I think that's what happened. The Clan of the Cave Bear. Interesting. I feel like I've heard of that. But I'm not sure if it was from you or from somebody else. Or just, you know, I might just see it when I'm at the used bookstore. There's always that. I do go to the used bookstore fairly often, and I am not a stranger to the fantasy section. Oh man, we got some real Bloodwater effects going on right now. Alright. Where, oh geez, I have not been paying very good attention to exactly where I am in the river. I think I'm getting close to where I wanted to be. Oh no, don't tell me I already went past where I wanted to be. Oh, it's not fantasy. Okay. So what is it? Is it like if I went to the bookstore, where would I find it? Ah, historical fiction. Okay. So is it like I guess, what is it, like Stone Age then? I guess just the terminology of the Stone Ages makes me think fantasy. Talking about clans and animals and prehistorical. Oh, that's cool. I might actually have to check that out. That is a personal interest of mine. So yeah, I went to school for history, and on a personal basis, I just enjoy stuff about prehistory. Though, you know, I would also caution fans of prehistory to recognize that there is a great deal of nonsense out there that pretends to be prehistory information, especially on places like YouTube. And as someone who watches a ton of historical stuff on YouTube, yeah, you just always got to be real careful with your with what you're watching on YouTube. Always take it with a grain of salt. But yes, I love prehistorical fantasy, so that might be something that's right up my alley, actually. Okay. That's an interesting concept. It almost sounds a little bit like I read a book by is it shoot, the author of the Pern books, is it Is it Margaret Weiss? Or is it... Someone here knows. The Pern books. The Dragons of Pern books. One of y'all knows who the author of the Dragons of Pern books is, for sure. Anne McCaffrey. Thank you, Chris. Beautiful time to chime in. Yes. I read a book by Anne McCaffrey once that was sort of like that, but it was one of her... she loves a trope where she takes a science fiction beginning and then ends up writing what ends up being kind of fantasy-esque series, which is what the Dragons of Pern is, if you have never read those books. You can kind of read them out of order, and then you wouldn't know that, but she does have an origin book for that series that is actually my personal favorite book in the whole series, Dragonfall. Right? I think that's what the first one's called. But anyway, the prequel book. But yeah, so you have like, people in space in the first book, and then they'll crash on some planet and lose all their technology, and then she loves to make worlds around, what societies and stuff did these people end up making on their lost planet. But yeah, I read some book by her that was like that. It was like some future where, humanity and some other alien species or whatever were all involved, but also there were like some kind of Cro-Magnon style humans that were like a lower step in the society who did all the manual labor and all that, but they ended up on this savage planet that had dinosaurs and all that on it, and so all of a sudden the like manual labor Cro-Magnon people are the ones who are better suited for the lifestyle, and yeah, just this whole juxtaposition on what's natural and that kind of stuff. Oh boy. My dog is being very noisy in the other room. I hope that isn't too noisy for you guys. I'm sure one of the neighbors is walking by, so it's an emergency in her world. Oh god. Am I in one of the bad spots? Have I gone to the bad place? No, okay. Okay. Prehistorical fiction set in Paleolithic era. Okay. That does sound... I'm fully gonna have to look that up. Sounds right up my aisle. If I like the writing style, really no reason I wouldn't want to read that. Did I kind of think I overshot where I wanted to go. But it's possible this might get me there. No, that's not gonna get me there. I think I have a little further to go. How is my dog still barking? Ugh. She knows I'm not serious if I don't stand up. I might have to stand up and go tell her to be quiet. Safe Hold series by David Weber is a good one for a society born out of a failed colony. That's a good one. I don't know why I've never... That's asking you guys for book recommendations. It's smart. Though the problem there is that then you want me to read the books, and when am I going to read all the books? But it's possible. I might. Oh God, don't get stuck. Going around the waterfalls is definitely smarter than just going over them. I am not playing smart right now. 12 years between books 4 and 5? Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna have to go tell my dog she needs to stop. Hang on, give me 1 second. Hey. Stop. Stop. Ugh. What a dummy. Okay. All right. Back to it. Some of the best space combat. I haven't read, honestly, I haven't read a ton of sci-fi. I've read some of the classic stuff, like Dune, right? I've read Dune up to a certain point. I have not read everything in Dune. They lost me around God Emperor. I really loved the Dune books before God Emperor of Dune, but yeah, they lost me with God Emperor. Yeah, I don't know what. Not a ton of other sci-fi series that I've read, frankly. I have been a pretty tried and true fantasy guy most of my life. You know, I was actually, as a kid, I was a really bad reader. I had to like go to the special reading classes. So, you know, I didn't like reading very much because, yeah, I was bad at it. And then my dad gave me a copy of The Hobbit, and it just blew my mind. I loved The Hobbit so much. And yeah, like, I think I was probably 11 or 12, I don't know. So yeah, that's when I started loving reading. But then, you know, I basically only read fantasy, with you know, a few other things would creep in on occasion, but mostly just fantasy, until almost now. And then, you know, outside of fantasy, a lot of what I read is going to be like, you know, philosophy and political philosophy, and so yeah, not exactly stuff everybody wants to read. But not even you know, I did not used to like reading that kind of stuff myself, frankly. I didn't even like reading philosophy until after I was done with college. I thought the guys in the philosophy department at my college were like the most painfully insufferable people I had ever met in my life. But, you know, then I eventually got to the point where I was reading that stuff myself, and I was like, okay, well, I kind of get it. If I were 20 and I was reading this, I would have been even more insufferable than I was too. So, yeah, what I'm doing right now probably looks pretty stupid. I am traversing across the ground as a croc, and a very small one that people could eat. But that's because I know where I'm going. I know there's a pond right over here. And if we're not screwed, there will be fish in it. If there are no fish in this pond... Yes, there are fish! I see them jumping! We are not screwed. We are all good. Oh, finally. This is the first fish I've seen since I freaking logged in, guys. That is wild. And a frog. Give me that bullfrog. I'm gonna eat it. Oh, hungry baby croc. Eat to your heart's content. You are not big enough to be dangerous to other dinosaurs yet, so you need to eat up on the fishies. Sacagawea, 1,300 pages. That is a long book. That's a Robert Jordan level long book. I'm sure the longest books I've ever read were the Robert Jordan books, frankly. I don't think I've ever read anything longer than any of the Robert Jordan books. Certainly not all the way through. Like, I've read, I've read parts of, like, Thomas Piketty's Capital. And if you know what that is, that's a massive freaking book. But I'm not going to lie to y'all and say I read the whole freaking thing by any means. Not even close. Alright. So, my energy bar is the little dinosaur foot down there. And I'm going to need to hide here in the brush and rest for a little while until my energy bar goes back up so I can swim out there and catch some more fish. Because I used up my energy sprinting over to this pond from the river. "7 days to die." What content was that for, Chris? Or do you just wish you'd taped it? Is 7 Days to Die a zombie game? I want to say it's a zombie game, but I'm not sure. It definitely sounds like a survival game. Which, that's a lot of what I do anymore. I do a lot of survival games. I do a bit of like tactical strategy games, both turn-based and like, Crusader Kings. Do you really? I'll have to check that out, man. That sounds great. That's right up my alley. When we're done with the stream, there, I'll have to come look it up. All right, that's enough energy to at least get back in the water. All right. So, in this water, I am currently, I would say, very safe. Now, watch that bite me in the ass, because I said it out loud. But my biggest danger at the moment would be if there were a larger dino who had logged out at this location, who's just now logging back in, and he's going to be right on top of me, and I'll be screwed. That's the problem with hanging out here. But otherwise, the only other problem with hanging out here would be if I ran out of food, which, if the fish are currently spawning here, that's definitely not a problem. Survival crafting zombie game. Okay. Successive waves of zombies over set. Okay. I was just, in my first stream earlier today, I was actually playing some Project Zomboid, which is very similar to that. Though, from the sound of things, you have friends, which is... Whew, I'm just a solo player. Which might not be true for that much longer. I have a good buddy who used to stream on Twitch fairly often, who I'm trying to talk into maybe starting to stream, because he stopped streaming for a while because he's a new dad, and so he wanted to pay as much attention to his kids as he could. But he's starting to have a little more time to start streaming again, and you know, Twitch and everything has changed, and so anyway, I was telling him he should just start streaming over here on my channel, and you guys will get to know Richard too, if he did. And Spritch, as we call him. And yeah, Spritch would be my #1 guy I used to game with. So I would love if I could get him to start doing a little content on this channel with me. Though it might mean I have to play Sea of Thieves again. Because Richard loves his Sea of Thieves. But I've played a significant amount of that game, as much as I didn't necessarily love every moment, because I do love Richard. Alright, let's see here. More fish. Actually, I'm pretty full. I really don't need to eat more fish. So this game is a little bit stop and start as far as something for people to watch me playing. And again, I enjoy watching people play this, though a lot of the time when I'm watching people play this, it's an edited video where, you know, they've gone through and just picked out the highlights of them playing rather than a live stream. So unfortunately, a live stream means there's going to be some parts of this game where you're just chilling, because you don't always have something you got to be doing. So if you're not hungry, if you know, don't have full energy, blah, 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 there's no reason to always be running around, wasting your energy, making yourself more hungry. Sometimes it's better to just chill and grow. So I'm going to set up on this rock over here. I think I can get up from this side. Yeah. Alright. And if I chill right here, I should be both safe and protected. I got a moat. And I can keep a watch on my pond. So yeah. The issue with playing this Dino is it does take a while to grow. Let's see. Oh god, you see how small that still is? We're only at 12% growth. And I've probably been streaming this guy for a half an hour. We would be almost full grown if I'd picked Herrerasaurus or Herrerasuchus again. But we did what we did, didn't we? Basically, our channel, lots of survival games. That's really in line with what I like to play, Chris. That's really interesting. I'm 100% going to come check it out. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's very much up my... as I've gotten older, I play a lot more survival games. I like survival crafting a lot. You know, lately I've been playing a couple of these survival horror games. And then, you know, I also like a nice chill game that you can sort of halfway pay attention to and halfway pay attention to something else. So a game like Sapiens, if you're familiar with Sapiens. I haven't played much of Sapiens lately, but I really like playing Sapiens. Though my all-time game is definitely definitely Crusader Kings 3. The number of hours I have on Crusader Kings 3 in Steam. Like, I know there are lots of people out there with more hours than me, don't get me wrong. But, you know, doing 2,000 hours of anything, and you know you've done 2,000 hours of it, especially when it's not something that matters in any way, shape, or form, it starts to add up. And it's like you're just, you know, you're just telling yourself, like, this is just for enjoyment. It's fine that you enjoyed yourself for 2,000 hours. But, man, that puritanical streak we've got in us here in America, you gotta feel bad about any time you are not monetizing yourself. Old schoolers. Right on. Would it be connected, like, if I just, you know, clicked on your profile? Have you got it listed on your profile? I only ask because it'll be easy to, you know, I talk to you fairly often, Chris, so It's easy for me to remember that, oh, it was Chris. But I might forget old schoolers even because, yeah, I've done things to my brain over the years that haven't been great for my short-term memory. I'm not going to tell you to stay clean, kids, but there are effects. There are effects. Alright. Oh, just lizard chilling. That's the problem. I really shouldn't have switched to the Dino, because the Dino does require a lot of... Oh, do you guys want to see if I'm big enough to eat a catfish yet? I don't think I am. This is probably me getting eaten by this catfish. But if I do get eaten by this catfish, that means I'm gonna be able to change dinosaurs. So here we go. Screw you, catfish. Oh my god, I killed it. Woo! Okay, well, I don't know if that catfish was bugged. He didn't even move when I started attacking him. I was afraid that I was just not damaging him. Okay, well, this is a hearty meal. I tried to off myself, and instead I ended up with a meal larger than I am. And nowhere safe, really, to put it. Let's go over here. There's less bushes on this end of the pond, and therefore I feel more safe coming out of the water over here. Oh, the effects. Yeah, these are the effects, Heather. I read that, and I was like, what's she talking about? And I was like, oh, the thing you just said 50 seconds ago, Kevin. That's what she's talking about. Oh, thunderstorm. Okay. Thunderstorms kind of suck in this game. I'll admit it. This is one of the things... It's like being at the Rainforest Cafe, okay? Have you ever been to a Rainforest Cafe? Do you really enjoy the thunderstorm every 15 minutes? I mean, it would kind of be cute if they could guarantee it only happened once in the time you were there. But then you would need to be, like, on shifts, right? But no, the thunderstorms in this game, it often gets very dark. And all the noise it makes it hard to hear if things are coming up on you. And now I'm eating even though I'm full. That's not necessary. Okay. I can drink a little water. Right on. I will definitely be checking the page out, Chris. Old schoolers. I can remember that. I can remember that. Ugh. Going underwater is just so nice and quiet during a thunderstorm. So, as a dino, if I were a little bigger in this area, lots of dinosaurs like to come and get a drink right here. Including myself, if I am another dinosaur other than a Deinosuchus, in this very shallow water. Because the big rock here protects you from me. If I'm the dino chilling in this pond, right? Now, again, I am too small to be of danger to almost any other dinosaur right now. But if I were full grown, I could chill like right here, and other dinosaurs will be able to see me in the water, but not until they get pretty close. And if they walk all the way up and start drinking without seeing me, I might be able to grab them, and then you pull them out into the middle of the pond, and you drown them, just like a croc would do in real life. I don't know if the rain mechanic makes fish stop jumping. No, okay, there's fish jumping over here. Question answered. Question asked, question answered. This certainly doesn't feel like a server with 100 people in it right now. Wait. Did someone just steal my... Oh, no. Okay. I just barely went out of sight range of it. I thought somebody stole my fish. But yeah. Do more of these. Morning in Scotland. Oh, Scotland? Nice! I went to Scotland the summer after my junior year of high school because I performed in the International Fringe Festival in Edinburgh. And I loved Scotland. Scotland was a great time. Both because I was, 17 and allowed to go to bars. But, also just because, yeah, everybody there was very friendly, and I wore a kilt and some dudes pulled it up over my head, all the classic stuff. 4 hours north of Edinburgh, huh? That's some deep Scotland. Yeah, I can't say I'm widely traveled in Scotland, but I have done Edinburgh. I have technically been in Glasgow. I've done a lot more time in London than I've done in Edinburgh, but I've been there. And yeah, I was there for the Fringe, so talk about a crazy cool experience. The Fringe is definitely one of the coolest things I've ever done. And yeah, like I said, this is the second stream I've done today. And other than I streamed a couple of times on Twitch like years ago, but like it was literally a couple of times and for nobody. So a lot of professional streamers would be like, you have 6 people watching, that is nobody. No, it's not. I'm talking to you guys. Streaming for nobody is streaming for nobody. And I've done that. If you're playing a video game, what's the difference, man? I mean, I'd be playing the game either way. I certainly don't need 1,000 people watching me play the game so that I can't answer any of their comments or, that's just... I mean, if that's how you're making your money, right? Ugh. This storm is really just goofing up the sound for me. It sounds terrible through my headphones right now. I just want to hide underwater until it stops storming. The Northeast Coast. That's cool. Yeah, right? I mean, that's what this channel's for, too. I'm not expecting to be breaking into, making a bunch of money or anything. At the peak of people watching my Wheel of Time content, I just barely, scraped by for possibly being able to get, whatever the lowest level of YouTube status to get paid is. But I didn't even bother going through the process, because you got to get your channel okayed or whatever and all that. And frankly, I don't think that given extra scrutiny that my videos necessarily are perfectly edited. So, on that side of things, and again, like I said, this is just for fun. So once you start treating it like a job, it's not fun anymore. Oh, I just hate the sound of this storm. Why won't it stop? Oh, Odd, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I mean, I'm gonna, the plan for me is to continue doing reactions to something. At the moment, the two things on my plate are, one, I have a buddy who said he would be interested in starting Wheel of Time from the beginning with us, and we could all watch it from the start with him. Now, we made these plans before the show got canceled, so nominally, you know, maybe people don't want to see it as much now because it's not going to be continued. But I figure almost anybody who likes Wheel of Time enough that they're following my channel out of all the channels to follow. You know, I am not a big creator. I do not have a bunch of followers. You guys are, you know, the Wheel of Timeiest of the Wheel of Timey fans, in my opinion, if you're digging deep enough to get to my reactions. So yeah, like I said, I'm hoping, you know, to either do it, me rewatching it and him watching it for the first time with him. And then also the other thing I said is that I'm going to do The Expanse. And I will hopefully be getting started doing my Expanse reactions coming up here soon. I said I would already be started on them when Wheel of Time finished, but unfortunately, I need to find a new job, so that has taken the front seat at the moment. And that's also why I decided to do a little streaming with you guys, because I figured, you know, I could do something where I was going to be playing video games anyway if I just figured out how to stream. So I worked that out this afternoon, and yeah, here we are. We can at least hang out a little bit, you know, keep in touch, but hopefully The Expanse reactions will start soon, and hopefully you're somebody who'd like to watch The Expanse. But that's definitely been the most requested show here on the channel. And like I said, I don't have a ton of bandwidth to do a bunch of shows simultaneously because I do all my own editing, and making one of those videos that you guys watch takes me about 8 hours. And I know part of that is just because I'm bad at editing and all that, but even the people who are like making a living doing this, they say that's about how long it takes them to make their videos. I don't know if they're just saying that to you guys so that you'll go pay for their Patreons or not. But, you know, I would say that, you know, in my experience, it seems pretty true that it's going to take you almost a full day of work to make something worth posting up on YouTube, even at the quality level that I'm making these things. So yeah, it's just I just need to wait until I feel more comfortable devoting that amount of time to editing again, which is going to mean I need to have a new, you know, full-time position first. But yeah, I'm working on it. Trust me. Oh, trust me, I'm working on it. And once that's done, then we can talk about The Expanse. It'll be happening in the not too distant future. That's what I can say. It's like watching it with myself sometimes. Well, I appreciate that, because I was saying to some people earlier, I do kind of feel like a lot of the people who found my channel, it's because I've sort of become the crying Wheel of Time guy, I think. I don't think there are many people whose reactions are quite as maybe someone might say histrionic as mine are. But, you know, I loved this content. What can I say? I really enjoyed the show. I really loved these books, and, you know, I was just so in love with getting something that, you know, only one part of my imagination has ever been able to engage with before, is suddenly just being shown to me. You know, I don't have to put it all together in my own brain. So yeah, you know, I'm not ashamed that I really loved this show. But I'm, you know, it's not like I'm ashamed of crying either, you know. Anybody who's like, I don't cry, I'm like, you need to see a doctor. Not like a your eyes don't work doctor, like your brain is broken doctor, because you should cry. If you don't cry, you're probably a danger that needs to be reported to your coworkers. Come here, frog. Why don't you want me to eat you? There we go. That's better. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you like my editing style. It is, there are choices. I do make choices on occasion. Um, and if you like, if you're willing to go that low budget, then I will meet you halfway and provide the low budget content everyone here is looking for. But, you know, I mean, you got all your slicker, prettier channels than me if you need them for Wheel of Time content, right? You got your Dusty Wheels, you got your Nerdy Nightlies, right? And most especially, obviously, Lesby Nerdy, my girl. Can I just say, anybody watching right now, obviously there's not like 1,000 people watching or anything, but anybody in the Wheel of Time community, if you do not already follow Lesby Nerdy, go follow her right now. It would be insane if you follow me and you're not on Lesby Nerdy's page. She's so good, and she's just a really nice person. Let me just say, I really appreciate Jenny, because Jenny has been very, very friendly and very helpful to me as a new creator, to the point where, like, you know, like, I hit her up on social media now, and I know that she lives on the exact opposite side of the planet from me. So I'm like sending her messages at like 2 in the morning, and she does not seem to resent that at all. So yeah, she's great. I really appreciate her, and people should absolutely be following her content because she is a pro. She do get paid by YouTube. Not as much as she should, I'm sure. But yeah, some people work much harder on their content than I do, and they deserve their props too. And yeah, of all the people I follow who follow Wheel of Time, Jenny's my personal favorite. Not to shit on anybody else. I know I've got other creators who follow me on here. And Bodhi, if you're watching, I love you too, buddy. Bodhi has been very supportive of me as well, though I have not spoken to him quite as much as I speak to Jenny. It ain't personal, that's for sure, because Bodhi is a vocal supporter of mine in the creator community, and I appreciate that. So yeah, if you guys follow any of the other Wheel of Time creators, know that they're dope people. Malkir Talks, there's another great one. I know they were live, like right when I started this live. They were doing some live watch stuff to try and, you know, continue the show, because they're trying to put their efforts in a direction that is positive and useful. I'm not exactly the positive and useful type most of the time. So I'm just trying to stay emotionally positive about the whole thing. That's where I am right now. But I'm letting the bigger creators take the lead on the push to keep the show somewhere, because, you know, they've got real connections and push, and, you know, to some extent. Obviously, they are also just normal people who just run their own channels and are just, you know, setting up petitions and stuff, but they are doing the work, and I'm not exactly doing the work. I'm just talking about it when it comes to Wheel of Time. Okay. This has not been a super exciting session, and I should have realized that as soon as I picked Dino. This was probably a mistake. See, we're all learning here. Let's see. Well, you don't type as fast as I talk. And also, I'm about 40 seconds ahead of your messages. So, I'm not trying to jump ahead of what you're saying. It just happens because you're hearing it 30 seconds after I said it. Whereas I'm seeing your messages instantaneously. So I'm probably already replying I kind of want to get this Dino killed so I can switch dinosaurs. But there isn't even a dinosaur around to kill me. Someone kill me. Please. Let's see. 47-year-old dude who got his copy of Eye of the World in the 8th grade. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're only a little older than me. I'm 38. Going on 39 this year. You know, 40 next year. So, you know, a lot of us. I mean, we've been living with these books for 30 something years. You know, and if it's been your favorite book since you were 13, then I mean, it's like a loved one. You know, I mean, I've really loved these books since I was 13 years old. And to be quite frank, I think I loved things when I was 13 in a way that I don't love very many things as an adult. Right? So that's why the things that we love from our childhood are so important to us, because, you know, we haven't been jaded by the world yet. So we are still capable of loving things to a degree that it's almost unreasonable to love them as an adult. As a grown man, you understand it's borderline unreasonable to love a fantasy book series as much as I love this fantasy book series. That's like what you should reserve for family members. But, you know, they've been around forever. Watched the reaction to Schindler's List the other day and they didn't cry. It's a tough person. Now, here's the thing, though. I didn't used to cry at movies. The first movie that ever made me cry, and it made me cry when I saw it in the theaters. Well, actually, the first movie that ever made me cry in theaters was The Lion King. And I was a little tiny child. And when Mufasa dies, spoilers! When Mufasa dies, I bawled my eyes out, because that was horrifying what Disney did to us there. But the first movie after The Lion King that made me cry in theaters was Hotel Rwanda. And let me tell you, that's a big gap right there. I was in college when Hotel Rwanda came out, right? Maybe it was late high school when Hotel Rwanda came out. But that's a lot of movies I saw without crying, and TV I watched without crying. And now that I'm like in my 30s, late 30s, all of a sudden I'm crying at television and movies and stuff a lot. And obviously that doesn't speak to any deep internalized pain that is just coming out while I watch media, right? That's not what's happening. Yeah. But, you know, also just, you know, as an adult, you can appreciate things in a way that you don't appreciate as a kid. You know, it's hard to appreciate the power of seeing a death in a movie if you don't truly appreciate death yet, you know? And children don't truly appreciate death, you know? No kid goes like, wait, how many stormtroopers were on that Death Star? But if you show that movie to someone who's an adult who's never seen it before, the Death Star is going to blow up, and the first thing they're going to say is like, wait, how many people were on that? And they're evil people, right? So you're not supposed to need to feel bad for them or their clones or whatever excuse you want to say to try and take the edge off of them killing a million people right there, you know? But yeah, like you can appreciate things that you didn't appreciate as a child as you get older. Mm. this is my idea of a great game to stream, guys. A game where you're required to hide in bushes for significant periods of time. Oh, 49 next month. It seems like we're, you know, that seems to be the general range we're looking at for a lot of the big fans of this show. You know, it seems like mostly it's the 40s crowd, I would say, who's really into this show. You got to be 30s, 40s to love this show. It seems like but maybe I could obviously be 1,000% wrong there. It's not like I hang out with a bunch of people in their 20s anymore. But at least so far as people who are interested in my opinions and comment on my channel and stuff, it seems like most of us are generally of an age. And maybe that's just, the whole concept might lean that way, because obviously you're going to want to watch the content of people that, you agree with and or have similar outlooks to you. Therefore, they're often going to be your peers. But this is just me stating all the obvious things in life out loud. It's sort of a problem I have. All right. Again, playing it safe would definitely be waiting until I had all my energy back. But that doesn't seem very enjoyable to watch. Oh, man. I kind of want this creature to die. Let's just go down river and see if we can't find anybody that wants to kill me. So I can switch to a more interesting dinosaur. Because Dino is not where it's at right now. I would have, most of the time, I'm like, please don't have another grown Dino be down here to eat me. And right now, I'm doing all the behaviors I shouldn't. Swimming on top of the water. I'm using up all my energy. Come on, I am begging to be eaten. These are poor survival behaviors. Why is no one making me pay for this? I'm going to go up on the land. Look, I'm a dinosaur. I'm making noises. Dinos don't make very big noises, especially if they aren't full grown yet. How full grown am I? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, this takes forever to grow one of these. Okay. Note to self, if you're ever going to live stream yourself playing a Dino, you need to grow it first without making people watch you grow it. That's definitely the pro tip. Am I going to drown this crocodile? I could. That's an option. Now that it's exhausted, I could just walk in the water and just drown. Well, I've said this a few times, so other people in the chat might have already heard it, so I'm going to try and keep it fairly short. Oh no, I can't drown him because I just regain... I would need to wait until he runs out of oxygen, because I just regain energy walking on the bottom. No, you're right, Odd. I 100% agree. It's always rough when you have to be like, look, you just got to get through the first season. That's a really rough way to start off a show. It's more than not ideal. It might be full-on poison. But I will go so far as to defend the showrunners. That first season was just cursed. It was cursed. You know, the whole COVID thing, I mean, they just got screwed in a way there was no way to plan for. And I just think that really spiked the first season, and that sucks. Because I do think that there were a lot of decent to good things about the first season. And a few moments that I would call borderline brilliant. You know, the whole Rand figuring out who he is scenario and all that sequence towards the end of the series, I thought that was really good. It made me cry like a baby. You know, other aspects of the earlier season I loved. You know, I loved that they had that girl in the inn who's the dark friend. Is it Dira? Is that her name or something? But anyway, that's not super important. But you know, I loved some of the storylines they chose and things like that. But the end of season 1 is really bad. They really screwed up the end of that season, and I think a lot of it had to do with COVID restrictions and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's an unfortunate way to end your first season, especially when you've already got a built-in bunch of whiny fanboys who are going to be complaining right off the bat. You were never going to get a fair chance with them. So yeah, it was a very rough start to the show. And there's just no way around that. But I do feel like seasons 2 and 3 were just like so much better. I really do. I thought season 3 was really good, but I thought season 2 was really good too. I didn't think, season 2 wasn't necessarily quite as good as season 3, but I did like it. It was enjoyable television. I just, if wishes were fishes, right? Yeah, no. But to be fair, and I've seen other people make this argument, this is certainly not just my argument, but the books are the same way. Ooh, we got dinos over here. Someone to kill me, friends. Someone to kill me. All right, I'm going to chill here with my mouth open for a second. I'm going to get a little bit of health. And then maybe I run in and try to kill whoever loses this fight, which is almost definitely going to be the raptor. One raptor versus this gigantic Pachyosaur. Like, that should not be a problem. Big boy should win this. Unless he is very new. He could be new to the dinosaur. So if you're new to the dinosaur, you got to learn all the controls and stuff. It can be rough. This game is called The Isle. And it's survival. And sort of, I think people call it survival horror too. But yeah, all these other dinosaurs are other players, right? So you're just a dinosaur trying to survive in its natural environment, essentially, is the idea. And you're trying to eat the things that your dinosaur would want to eat. You have a diet, right? You have a growth meter. So as you eat and grow, you'll achieve different sizes. That's how big I would eventually be as a Deinosuchus versus a human being, though there aren't any humans in this game. But yeah, it looks like it's a single raptor attacking a much larger herbivore that should, by all rights, absolutely crush a single raptor. So this other guy might just not be very good. But he shouldn't have a full-grown herbivore if he's not very good. Because let me tell you, full-grown and herbivore is a job. Yeah, it is a great idea for a game, right? The way I often describe it to people when they're like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, it's basically you're one of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park after all the people are gone. Just trying to survive. Or like I'm doing right now, kind of hoping you won't survive. Why doesn't anyone want to kill me? See, the fact that I'm behaving so boldly is probably making these people think that I've got a second croc just chilling in the water waiting to wreck him. Yeah, he's running from me. Like, it would be no problem whatsoever for this raptor to kill me. I have no energy. I'm walking on land, which is not good. But, well, he's after this herbivore for one. But for two, he might think I'm baiting him. It's just good to see some other... Oh, he's on the side of that guy right there. Raptors can do that, and it's a dope move. This guy's like, what is he doing? Oh. I actively want one of these dinosaurs to kill me, but they don't know that. So they are going to be wondering what I'm up to. This raptor's like, what is this dude doing? This is so dumb. But yeah, I think he probably, if I were him, I would assume that I was baiting him. That I want him to come down off the rock because I have a larger dino in the water that is waiting to kill him for me. So he's playing it smart right now. I'm going to play it real dumb and go at the big boy. I'm just going to walk into it. But I'm going to damage him a little to help the raptor. Yeah! Oh, alright, raptor. I served that guy to you on a plate. Served him to you on a plate. If that raptor doesn't get him, then he sucks. Absolute dog water if he doesn't get him. That's one of the words the kids like to use. That so do I. I enjoy that one, kids. Dog water. All right. We're going back to my favorite dinosaur. This is my favorite dinosaur. The giant iguana, essentially. The Herrerasuchus. It is not that hard to kill. But it's also not that hard to grow. You're like a medium-sized dinosaur. You're full size in like an hour. Which is great. Because, yeah, doesn't matter if you die if it only takes an hour to redo your character. Whereas if I were to drop in as a Sarah, which is like a kind of like a small T-Rex or whatever right now, it's going to take me multiple real-life hours of playing the game to get him full size. Alright, so fish. At this size, I want to eat fish. And I guess I don't really need to be that scared of dinos anymore, because as we just saw when I was playing Dino, no one seems to be playing Dino right now. So if nobody's playing Dino, I don't have to be scared of the water until one of them eats me. I don't see any fish, though. Wait, which way am I going? I probably want to go north, I think. Oh, no, I don't. There's a bunch of food over here. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, man! Don't mess up your back, kids. You gotta keep changing how you sit for the rest of your life. Alright. Let's see here. I guess I shouldn't get too far from the water if I'm looking for fish, huh? Oh, wait. No, I saw food. That's why I left the water. Kevin. One task at a time, my guy. Okay. That's a bunch of food in one area. So either a boar, an AI boar, has killed a bunch of other AIs over here, or we've got an active carnivore over here, and he's just leaving his kills around to draw in people like me so he can eat us. Which is a very normal and valid strategy in this game. The number of times I've been killed trying to eat something that some dude left out on purpose is a lot. Like, if you ever see a fish just sitting on the side of the river, that is a trap. You might need to spring it on occasion because you need the food, but it's a trap. Oh, God, that food's across the river, isn't it? Shit on a brick. All right. I didn't want to cross the river. I was just saying there's no dinos. What am I scared of, right? I'm just going to go down the river as far as I can until I have to cross. Uh-oh. Footsteps. I heard footsteps. And if I heard footsteps, it is significantly larger than me. Because I'm just a little pitter-patterer right now. Oh, there he is. Is that a Sarah? Yes, I think that's a Sarah. He would love to eat me. So I'm going to get up a little higher. Because he can't climb. I'm the only dinosaur in the game that can climb. So, yeah, that's why I play as a medium-sized dinosaur that is not a very large threat to most of the other dinosaurs in the game. Because you aren't a large threat, but you are still a threat. Especially if you can get one of your dive bomb kills. So if I can get up real high and jump down on somebody, these things can do decent damage. Sort of a kamikaze attack without dying in the process. Who's roaring? It was noisy. Noisy behavior. Usually this game is pretty good about getting the directional on the sound right, especially if you're wearing the headphones. But sometimes it's like, I could not for the life of me tell what direction that enormous T-Rex roar just came from. And no, there aren't actually T-Rexes in this game. That was a Sarah, but yeah. The Sarah's the closest thing to the T-Rex that's currently in this game. The Carno kind of looks like a T-Rex too, but the Sarah, in my opinion, looks a lot more like a T-Rex. Oh, oh, it's another Herrerasaur. That's alright. I should be safe with him there. So this is not a cannibal species. Uh-oh. My game's glitching out. I can't. There we go. This guy's inviting me to his group. I'm trying to join. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now this guy's in my group. Oh boy, my game is glitching out real hard all of a sudden, though. I don't know if it's just because I'm so close to this waterfall. This is so weird. I'm gonna eat this fish, though. It's just how it is. Oop. Nice. This fish will do me. So when you talk to your teammates, it actually makes noises at each other, and other dinosaurs can hear us talking to each other, which I think is just a one of the cool things about this game. Boy, it is not performing very well right now, though. Not a great advertisement for the game as I stream here. Isle. That it's shitting itself. I'm full up. Oh boy, this is so glitchy. Like, never seen it glitch this bad before, glitchy. I don't know if I'm just overdoing it on my computer. It is kind of silly, though. Sort of looks like a little dance. Let me ask these other players if they're glitching. Probably on my end. My internet connection kind of sucks. I'm going to need to get that worked out if I'm going to be streaming more often. Awesome. Not just me. Okay. Okay, so it is the server. It's the server and not me. That's not that big of a deal. Nominally, it should work itself out. Oh, you know what? I was here the other day, and somebody killed me from a spot that I want to look at real quick. Because they got the drop on me so bad. Okay. They had dropped some food right down over here by the water, and I put my back this way to eat it, and they came out of it. They must have been. It must have been in these bushes. I guess he was laying down in these bushes, and I just didn't see him. That's amateur hour. Gosh, the game is being so choppy right now. I don't love it. Oh, there's some dinosaurs in the distance. Let's see what they're up to. Oh, there's a Sarah chasing me. Says who? Oh. My teammate just told me there's a Sarah chasing me. And he's a level above me, so I'm going to assume he knows what he's talking about. And I'm going up a tree. Alright, let's see. Where'd the Sarah go? Where's he at? I don't see him. Let me see. Jump into the other tree. Boom. Okay. So maybe this is that Sarah's food, and he saw me running by and started chasing me. But where is he now? And why isn't he guarding his food? I could eat his food. Though I don't think boars. Oh, boars are in my diet. Well, I'm absolutely eating some of that food then. Oh no. Is it that glitchy? It's not going to let me eat? There we go. Alright. Man, I might have to switch games. This is all messed up. Oh, this is... I've been on the ground too long. This is all bad. Okay, go hit the wall. Just see what the hell's going on around you. Alright. Oh, I hate this. I might need to log out and try another server, because this is really annoying me. I could also switch games. If anyone who's listening right now has a particular kind of game they think they'd like to watch me play, for example. I don't know, I got lots of games. What have I been playing lately? I've been playing 2 Point Museum. Kind of like The Sims, but you run a museum. I've been playing, well, The Isle, but if it's going to be behaving like butt, then maybe I don't need to subject you guys to it. I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid. If you guys were interested in watching me kill zombies. Though that's another game that I feel like there's a lot of lag time in that game, just because, like, you gotta take care of yourself, you gotta, like, read books and stuff, and so there's a lot of... It's stop and go. It's not super fun to watch all the time. And then there's a game called Mind Over Magic. I've been playing that, where you build a magical school, hire wizards to be your teachers, and teach different students skills, and you can eventually hire them as staff and stuff. It's sort of like Dwarf Fortress or something like that, you know, like a semi-controlled builder. Also RimWorld. I play RimWorld, which is like a space builder sim game. RimWorld might be a good one for live streaming, because there's pretty much always something going on. I'd really like if this game just started not being crappy for me. It sort of seems like we might be getting there. Like, things look good right now. The sound is still just crap for this rain. I don't know what... Like, that's not... It's worse than it used to be. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but... Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this is a full server, so it just feels like there should be a little more going on. I guess I'm not in a high traffic area right now. I don't know. For one, I am thinking that next time I should, if I want to be playing the Isle, what I should do is log in as dinosaurs I've already got in full size on my own time. That's going to be the pro tip that I've learned today so far as playing the Isle. Because playing as a baby can, you know, there are big lulls in the game if you want to stay alive. Because if you do too much moving around, something bigger is going to find you and eat you. So when I'm playing this game, a lot of the time I will spend a lot of it just laying in treetops when I'm this small, because it's just dangerous. Alright. I need to get my bearings on the map. Where am I on the map? Okay, there's the big structure in the middle. I think... No, this is not the Southern Plains. Well, at least the game's running all right now. I do technically have pack mates over here. No, oh, it's going to start running like ass again as soon as I get over here. Alright, well, that's... You've maybe turned me off for the night, Isle. You've maybe turned me off for the night. That's annoying. That's annoying. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to switch games. Because I'm not gonna make you guys watch me play a game that starts performing like ass every time I try to do anything actually interesting. But I am gonna park this dinosaur in a safe spot before I put him to sleep, so that I can come back and grow him up later, when hopefully the server is performing better. Oh. So we're gonna take a second here, and we're gonna switch up games. A whole motorcycle gang going by. They're still going? That had to be like 30 motorcycles. For real. 30 motorcycles that just went past my house. That's crazy. All right. Safe logout has been achieved. All right, with that, my friends, we are done with the Isle for the night. What else? What am I gonna play instead? Oh, this is the problem with having way too many games on your computer. Is all of a sudden you're in a spot where it's like, oh my god, what am I going to play? There are so many options. Let's play Mind Over Magic. Let's build the White Tower. How about that? Sticking to our vague Wheel of Time theme. Okay, this is taking... There we go. Alright, we'll start a new game. We can go standard, why not? Balanced architectural style. Okay. So as you can see, this game is called Mind Over Magic. I've only been playing this one for like a couple of weeks, frankly. Just kind of a fun little, fairly chill builder. Alright, let's see here. Alright. We're going to make the White Tower. I mean, I guess we could make the Black Tower. That might be a little more in keeping with the ethos or flavor of this game, but it's too late. I already made it the White Tower, okay? So that's just how it's going to be. Am I a Potter fan? Yes and no. Yes, insofar as I grew up with those books and I absolutely loved them. I didn't really like the movies very much, especially as a kid. I've gotten to where I can stand them as an adult. But that was a show where I was a movie where I was a big time gatekeeper, and I was like, these movies are trash compared to the books, so I hated them. But yeah, unfortunately, the writer, she who shall not be named, of those books has really ruined them for me, because it is another one of those things where I have a deep emotional attachment to it, since I was a child, to the point where, if you will look here on my arm, I've got my two writer tattoos. We got the Wheel of Time tattoo I just got for you guys a couple weeks ago, and then you have my first tattoo, which was my Harry Potter tattoo. Because yeah, when I got my Harry Potter tattoo, 15 years ago, I didn't realize what a terrible person had written those books. So yeah, but I will also admit if you didn't notice when I went to my main screen there, I do have the Harry Potter game, and I know that many people with stronger willpowers than me did not buy the game because they agree with me about J.K. Rowling and not sending her money and all that. But I did cave and buy that game on sale because it looked really fun. And yeah, I'm sorry. I really wanted to play it. And a lot of people will be like, you don't need to apologize. And no, I feel like I do need to apologize. Because if there's anybody here who would be offended by the fact that I did buy the game, then you would be right. You would be right. I did a wrong thing when I paid money to that game knowing who that money would go to. But, and that's not to say that you should never, use your buying power to affect things, because you should. That's one of the few things that we as individuals have that the people upstairs actually care about is our buying power. But at the same time, occasionally you're just going to have to buy something that gives money to a shitty person because you really, really want to do something for yourself that is going to make you happier for whatever fleeting amount of time it does. So yes, I really did enjoy playing that Harry Potter game. I thought it was a very good game. So far as games go, all that, there's no argument to be made that I sent some money to some nasty, shitty people when I bought that game. And some decent people, too. Not everyone who made that game is a piece of crap. But yeah. I do feel bad sending J.K. Rowling money at this point. But, as I said, the Harry Potter series is another one of those things that I have this lingering, non-logical connection to because I loved it so much as a child. That I can't just quite shake, right? But she's really helped me shake it over the years. Let me tell you, I do not get a lot of compliments on this tattoo anymore. I used to get a ton of compliments on this tattoo everywhere I went. That has stopped over the years. Stopped pretty hard. And I don't blame anybody. Again, I can't blame anybody who sees my tattoo and, doesn't immediately think like, oh yeah, he got that before. But, that is sort of the chance you take with tattoos, right? The only good thing about Robert Jordan being dead is I guess he's never going to go out and say anything that makes me ashamed of having this tattoo, right? Oh, God, I hope not. So, yeah, Might Over Magic, what's on the screen here? Oh, yeah, Goya, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are and so there are going to be things that you can afford to, not afford, that you're willing or can, participate in. And other times there are going to be things where you understand that, you got to buy shoes from somebody, and most of the people making shoes are children, and that blows. And I would love for that to change about this world. If you could give me a shoe brand, where there ain't no kids involved at any point, like, that'd be amazing. That was also something I could afford to purchase, right? Yeah. So anyway, me trying to explain away my guilt over playing the Harry Potter game. But yes, I played it, and I rather enjoyed it. My opinion on Harry Potter at this point is that I think there are a lot of people in the world that actually seem to understand those books better than the person who wrote them. And at the same time, the complaints that other people have about those books are extremely valid. It is kind of a series about, a trust fund jock who is just so special. He specializes his way through life, right? And there's really not that much at the core of that is new or special in literature. But yeah, I loved those books as a kid. and I used to read them and reread them, and that's sort of fallen off over the years. The only series that's really stuck around for me that way, full on, is Wheel of Time. Though there are other series I do reread sometimes, right? It's not just Wheel of Time. So anyway, these are going to be our first 3 staff members. There's 3 races. There's human. There's these puppet people, the vivified, I guess they call them, and then there's the wolfkin. Yeah, oh yeah, there it is, vivified right there. And then they can also specialize in a bunch of different kinds of magic. And you know, based on what kind of magic they do, they can do different kinds of research and tasks and blah 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 around your magic school that you're building. So my suggestion, as someone who has played this game for a whopping few weeks, would be that you want to start with a lightning. The toxic part of me is already not happy that I picked to play this game instead of a different game, guys. This is why I would never make an actual professional streamer. Yeah, I can't make my mind up sometimes. And I'm suddenly making up my mind that I don't think this is the game I want to play right now. And I'm just gonna roll with it. I know I'm a crazy person, guys. I know I am. It's fine. I kind of want to play something. I don't know. Maybe something. I mean, you're right. You're right. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, but that's sort of like the overwhelming, opinion of the whole channel, right? I mean, this is not a pro channel. Nobody really gives a shit. So I shouldn't be too worried about it. But as a human being, I can't help it. Do I want to play Battle Brothers? It's been so long since I played, I'd probably be kind of rusty. There's Crusader Kings. You know what? This is a roleplay crowd. This is a fantasy crowd. You guys might actually like listening to me ramble about Crusader Kings. This is my game, friends. This is my game. Here because of how you reflected our love for the fantasy series and described those emotions. Well, thank you, Odd. I appreciate it. You know, there is just that part of me that, like, as someone who consumes this kind of content on a regular basis, you know, like I know that I'm struggling in ways that the pros do not. But I'm not a pro. Again, I just keep. But you can't help but compare yourself to the pros, right? In that just part of being human. People that you have no right comparing yourself to, and yet you do it because you're not being fair to yourself. Let's see here. I'm switching over to Steam real quick on my other screen so I can look up and tell you guys how many hours I have played this game. I'm not exactly proud of it, but like most things in my life, even if I'm ashamed of it, I'll still tell you about it. What is... Maybe I might just be overworking my computer right now. Maybe it was not entirely the Isle's fault. Okay, friends. I have 2,700 hours of this game under my belt. That is so bad. Oh. Like, if this were the only video game I had ever played, that would be kind of bad. And it's definitely not. Alright. This one takes a second to load. This game's a little intense. So this is one of those games with a borderline insane learning curve. It took me a very long time to even be semi-competent at playing this game. And I will once again say that I am only semi-competent playing this game with 2,700 hours under my belt. There are plenty of systems and stuff in this game I do not understand. Channels on YouTube you might like to watch if you're interested in this game. The primary one I can think of is One Proud Bavarian is his name. One Proud Bavarian, a German guy. He works with Paradox, the people who make this game, a lot of the time. He's often one of their chosen mouthpieces when they make something new or whatever. They let him try it first, and he does a lot of talking about this game in Victoria and EU. A lot of the games that Paradox makes. And if you're not familiar with Paradox, they're basically makers of what I would call punishingly intricate games. This does not mean that they are necessarily super hard if you can understand the systems behind them. But I would call them more just significantly more complicated sandbox games than you're usually going to get. Just a lot more options in what to do and how to build and how to conquer and what your in-game goal is. There kind of is no in-game goal in this except for what you decide for yourself. And I've heard people, especially other people with a similar amount of time to like me, say that this game is too easy. But again, I would argue not all games are intended to be punishingly difficult so far as like being able to accomplish anything. This game to me is a role-playing game set in medieval times, and the idea is to play a dynasty, right? It's not even to play one character. So when you choose a character in this game, I will pick a new game. First, you have to pick your start year. The 3 start periods are 867, which is the Great Adventurers period, is what they, the first one they show to you. And that's Viking invasions of England, all that. It's that period, right? We're talking the Moir, I think, Mogir. I'm not, I know I always mispronounce it. That's how much I know about pronouncing it. Right before they invaded Hungary. So that's like one of the, if you want to start as almost Arpad, you can found Hungary or not. You can choose to do differently than he actually did in history. Or, this guy, Rurik Rurikid, is a nominally the Viking who started, Russian culture. Some Russians would not like to hear me say that. Some people do not like to be told that Russian culture was started by a Viking, but it was. I'm sure that there were also, the native people to this area whose culture shaped the culture as well. But yeah, the first famous leaders of this area, of the Rus, were Vikings. They were Vikings, just like the first Normans were Vikings as well. So speaking of the Normans, the second start date is 1066. And again, if you're not a big 1060 or a big history person, 1066 is the Norman invasion of England. So that's when the Normans, who are the descendants of Vikings who had taken over northern France, invaded England and took over from the Anglo-Saxons, who were themselves invaders who'd come over from Germany even earlier. And then you've got 1178, and I'm pretty sure the big events in 1178 are related to Genghis Khan. So if you want Genghis Khan related play, this is your time period. Excuse me, that you want to jump into. So, I tend to play in 867 most of the time. Sometimes I play in 1066. The thing I don't love about as time goes on is that obviously the states get larger and more consolidated. So, like, if you start in 1066, you know, like there's pretty big states in most of the areas. And I don't like to start as one of the large states. I tend to like to start as a very small state and build. But, you know, the Reconquista, this is another scenario you can run in this game. And I've done the Reconquista before, obviously. On both sides, because they are accomplishments. All right. And then, you know, so these are all the different, like, these are suggested starts, but they're not the only starts. So the suggested starts are just like, they're like, here's different parts of the world, and these are decent players for you to play as. You know, they're, for the most part, actual historical characters that, you know, these are or are based on, right? And you can try to do what they did in their lives, or you could do something completely different. And that's what I love about this game, the sort of alt history aspect of it, which, you know, it makes sense that as someone who loves Wheel of Time, that I like RPG alt history. But then you can also, then yeah, this is the Viking invasion of England. So if you like the TV shows like Vikings and Last Kingdom, great historical shows in my opinion. Not that they're super accurate to history, but that they're, you know, fictional stories set in history that are enjoyable to watch. Last Kingdom especially, I really love The Last Kingdom, just as a piece of, not as history, but as a piece of, you know, art. I enjoy The Last History a lot. But this is that time period, right? So this is, in all honesty, this is one of the scenarios I play the most often. It's just, I just think playing with the Vikings or against the Vikings is often fun. I've been trying to do like an Irish empire a few times lately, and that has continually failed for me. So we're not going to do that right now. Because again, you know, lots of people are going to be like, yeah, this game's too easy, but you know, I can't seem to pull that off. And then obviously you can also just choose a time period and click any ruler, and then it has to generate the map, which takes a second. Destiny is all. You got good taste, Heather. I think you and I have maybe talked about Last Kingdom before. I feel like that's maybe come up before. But yeah, I really enjoy that show. I feel like that show doesn't get nearly as much hype as it should. Like, not enough people like that show. A lot more people seem to like that Vikings show, which I also liked. I liked it just fine. But, you know, it's a lot more, that one's a lot more like magical and all that kind of stuff. Like, you have to be like, oh, is Loki really or Floki really talking to the gods, and all those kinds of questions. And you know, whereas Last Kingdom is more like, how could this have really kind of played out in history? You know, we know it wasn't exactly like that, but they get a decent number of things pretty close to right. Now, who do I want to play as I'm showing you guys this game? You know what? I will do one that I haven't played in a while, but he has a very clear objective, okay? So this is Harald Tanglehair of Vestfold, and he becomes Harald Fairhair. That's a name you might know if you've watched those shows, because this is a character from those shows. So he's the guy who he swore he wouldn't comb his hair until he got this woman to marry him, and and in order to get her to marry him, he had to become king of all of Norway. So yeah, let's drop in as Haraldur Yngling. So things I love about playing as him. Number one, just the house name. I think Yngling is a dope house name, and they got a lion with an axe. Yeah. We've got 5 living house members at the moment, all of the Yngling dynasty. Okay? Most of those are going to be like I think they're my uncles, right? Let's see. Let's see who's in my family. All right. Yeah, they're my uncles. One of them's 62. He should be dead pretty soon. Okay, this is my current heir and my uncle, and he's my marshal, so he's in charge of my troops currently. That's a lot of power for the guy who could kill me and take over. Don't love that. Love that we got to see Osferth in House of the Dragon. Yeah, no, and he's been killing it in House of the Dragon too, right? I thought he was great in The Last Kingdom, but boy, if he isn't a scary bastard in House of the Dragon. Is the full show name Vikings Valhalla? Is that the full name? Or are those two shows, Vikings and Vikings Valhalla? I thought Vikings Valhalla was like was that like the follow-up to it? Because I think I watched Vikings, the original one, but I don't think I've watched Vikings Valhalla. There's another show. See, speaking of House of the Dragon, that's another show that I thought the first season was absolute dog water. I thought it was terrible. I really did. I thought the first season of House of the Dragon was terrible. It seemed like they'd learned all the wrong lessons from Game of Thrones, and they were just leaning into the gore porn. But then the second season of House of the Dragon came out, and I almost didn't watch it because I was so unhappy with the first season. But I was like, okay, fine, I'll give the second season a chance. And I really, really liked the second season. So, shows can turn things around. Was that a... Well, I mean, if it was a gunshot, it wasn't at me, so... Welcome to living in America, friends. Oh. Yeah, not a gunshot at me. So anyway, I'm a little uncomfortable with how much power my uncle has at the moment, especially as my player heir, and he's not married, but he does have a son. Oh. Okay. This guy has too much power, but we have a good relationship at the moment. So, I mean, he might be loyal. He might support me. He's cynical. That's not great. Okay. I'm going to need to cut his power down a little at some point somehow. Then I got my cousin, who's also my chancellor and my champion, which means he's one of my knights. Season 2 Gaming Blue Balls. Yeah. At that, there's a... I mean, if you've ever tried to read the book, I struggled with that book. That's like the Silmarillion, insofar as, like, I feel like he went out of his way to make it like the Silmarillion, so far as no one would want... Uh-oh. I'm trying to turn on my space heater, and it likes to be very noisy at the start. Oh, my life is... Most people would just throw this away. I, on the other hand, like to beat it against the ground for a few minutes until it hopefully stops making this noise. This is good content, huh? I mean, of course, no wonder there's so many of you here. I mean... Stop, please. I want to be warm, and I want you to not be making that horrible noise. All right, well, we made a compromise. I'll be cold. Oh. Yeah, no, Fire and Blood it's a rough read. I'll tell you that as somebody who, studied history because he enjoys it. I mean, it's not an easy read. Okay, so here we go. I am the chief of Vingelmark and Vestfold. The first step that I really need to take is claiming the Duchy of Viking. And so, like, if you're, just to give you guys the basics, if you have 2 counties, right, you need 3 counties of the total counties in the Duchy of Viken in order to claim the duchy, right? So that means I need to declare war either on this neighbor, which is Sjælland, 1,678 men. Let's just say that's going to be a bad idea for me right now. Because, yeah, and he's also, this is one of the sons of Ragnar. So it would be pretty easy for him to make an alliance with one of his brothers, who also have large armies at the moment, very large armies at the moment, because they're invading England. It would be pretty easy for him to turn one of them around to just take care of me real quick. So I'm not going to war with this guy. I'm going to play it safe and declare war on Pelamork, my neighbor who has 302 soldiers to my 1,054. AKA, this is an easy roll right at the start of the game. It is every time you play as this character. So you're basically going to be able to be a duke right off the bat. Now, when you want to declare war on somebody, you're going to have to go over here and find a valid reason that you have that you're allowed to claim war on them within your culture. So it's different from culture to culture, who you're allowed to declare war on and why and all that. But in Viking culture, it's pretty dang easy to go to war with other people. Let's just put it that way. So it's going to cost me 18 piety to go to war with this guy, because he's the same religion as me, which is Norse Asatru. Norse Asatru means that I have patron gods. Oh, that's something I need to do. I need to pick my patron god. So when you have patron gods, you can pick a patron god to be your avatar, and you get related bonuses. The Asatru faith also makes your people warmongers, which means that they are happier when you are at war than what they are when you are at peace. You need to go to war sometimes to keep your population happy. If you stay peaceful for too long, they think you're a coward, and yeah, so you don't want to do that. And then Blot, or Blot, I'm not sure exactly how the Swedish or Danish would pronounce that accent. Probably Blot, if I'm just going off of the sounds of that language in my experience, right? So that makes it so that I can execute people to earn religious piety instead of losing it. Because if you're a Christian and you execute people, that costs religious piety, because you're not supposed to execute people if you're a Christian. Very clear. On the other hand, the Asatru, they do human sacrifice to their gods. So when I take prisoners, I can sacrifice them to my gods and be a holier man. But as I said, we're going to declare war on Pelamork. And then I need to go to my military screen. Now, how this game works is time progresses only when you tell it to. Right now, we have time paused. And down here is where you control the speed of time passing, right? It is not like a full-time strategy game where you individually control all the troops or anything like that. So you set a rally point. Mine's the capital already. And then you just say, raise all armies. So your captain, the guy you've got in charge of your military, your marshal. Ooh, I have a better marshal sitting on the bench. I don't love that. But this is my player heir and uncle that I kind of want dead. So I'm going to let him stay my marshal because he might die as my marshal. And I kind of want him to die. So we're going to leave him there for now. Not only that, I'm going to go to my, oh yeah, it's the military page too, and go to my champions. And my uncle and player heir, not only am I going to allow him to fight in battles, I'm going to force him to fight in battles. So no matter how many better knights I get in my court than him, he will always be fighting in the battle. Because again, I want him dead. To put it in so many words. Oh yeah, this is a really interesting game. And so then it's also all about, like, on top of the, the military and, like, you got to build your cities up, right? I need to build buildings in my cities right now. my capital, Tunsberg, only has a small harbor, and that'll make me 0.35 gold taxes a month, and it gives my station men-at-arms a little bit of extra toughness, so building different buildings, building palisades, war camps, gathering halls, markets, that kind of stuff is going to change what this town or city or castle, whichever one it is, provides for me. Might provide extra levies or add men to the garrison when the city gets attacked, things like that, or make it so if I station archers there that they're better, right? Different things. And then also you have a culture, okay? Yeah, like I said, this game is punishingly intricate. So on top of having a religion, on top of having all that, you have your culture, right? So the Norse culture is currently being led by not me. The most powerful member of your culture, whoever has the largest armies and combined, power score that belongs to your culture, is going to be the person who leads your innovations. So that's what are you currently researching as a culture so far as new technologies to get new buildings and stuff like that. And right now, Jarl Bjorn, one of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok, again, if you watch the Viking shows, this is Bjorn from the Viking shows. He's very, I don't think he's the king. No, yeah. So he's the Jarl at the moment, is what they call dukes in this culture. So he's the Jarl of Uppland right now. And unless something goes very bad for him very soon, he will soon be the first king of Sweden. In most playthroughs, he ends up the king of Sweden. Though he could catch the plague or something and die. Because again, it's not forced. It does not force the regular events of history to happen as they go. They just happen to go that way some of the time, or a lot of the time, depending on, how powerful, for example, look at how big France is right now. Wait, and that's not even... That's Charles the Bald? So he's already killed his brother? And when did that happen? The game just started. Have I even pressed start yet? Yeah, we're like 20 days in. Well, no, wait. There's Lotharingia. There's East Francia. No, I'm just tripping. So yeah, no, West Francia is just really big right now. And eventually he's going to die, right? Because everybody dies. And then it's going to get split up between a couple of his sons. So this won't be as big in not too long. But he might also swallow up a lot of Lotharingia before then. These three, if you don't know, these are the last three Carling brothers. And their father splits the empire up between them after he dies. And then, of course, they tear each other to pieces. And that's where the Carlings all went. So anyway, yeah, like I said, we're Vikings. We've got our religion, right? Okay, and then you've also got... So this is the state view, right? This is just showing by the size of the states. Boy, the Khazars are huge. This is a nomadic group, the Khazars. Jewish nomads, if you know them from history. And the amount of space that they control right at the beginning of the game is huge. The Abbasid Empire, and then you got the Safavids over here, which is what's left of the Persian Empire. I think in this time period, 867. So in this time period, they're in a struggle. So there's the cultures, the Arabs and the Persians are in a struggle over here over whose culture is going to come out on top of this, general region. And you can also pull up cultural view, right? So you can see all the different cultures in the game. And so then each one of these cultures has its own set of traditions and all that, and that affects how people of that culture, behave and what buildings they can build and all that kind of stuff. This game is, again, insanely deep. But that's also kind of what makes it so fun as a sandbox game, because you can do things like merge cultures, right? So if I get my relationship up good enough with the Russian culture, I could create a hybrid culture, and I could choose which elements of our two cultures I would like to combine into one culture. And then I get all the technology for both cultures and all that kind of stuff. Making a new culture is a big step up, but you have to have a really good relationship with the other culture, right? It's much lower for Vikings because Vikings have malleable invader trait. The Norse, that is. The Norse have malleable invaders. So that means that creating a hybrid culture costs 50% less. So it's easier for them to create combined cultures like the Normans. So, for example, look over here. Look at that. The Normans don't exist in this time period because the Vikings have not yet taken over the north of France and created a hybrid culture with the French, that is the Normans. So, that kind of stuff, you can make that happen in the game. So, as one of these Viking factions, I could invade northern France, and if I control the certain territories in Normandy as a Viking, I can then take a special decision that combines our cultures into the Norman culture. Like, it's just, I love this game. So you can see why a super nerd like me enjoys creating alternate history scenarios, stuff like that, would want to play around with this game. And also why I wouldn't want it to be insanely difficult, because then you can't make, pseudo history happen. You can't force, things that are so wildly outside of history to happen. Like I said, I've been trying to make it so that Ireland takes over all of Great Britain lately, and that is, I know you can do it. I've seen other people do it, okay? But I am really struggling to make that happen, because the Irish start tribal, even though they're Christians. And let me tell you, being tribal Christians, rough, not fun. Not fun. Lately, I've been trying to create an Irish-Welsh hybrid culture so that I at least get longbows, right? Some of that Two Rivers tech. But yeah, anyhow, we'll go forward with actually playing a little of the game. But this is another game that's a lot of stop and start, but I feel like at least it gives me stuff to talk about. So we're gonna siege Pelamork. So I just gotta, you can see the dates moving down here now, and then any special things that happen are gonna pop up here. Hey, all right, my uncle is offering me an alliance, and he leads an adventurer group, so a mercenary group essentially. So, I mean, I might as well accept that. There's really no reason not to accept that. Because, yeah, he might come back me up in wars. And since he doesn't actually have a state, it's very unlikely I will have to back him up. Okay. My wife is bearing my child. I didn't know I had a wife. Oh, I guess I do start with a wife. That's slightly upsetting. I only say that because wives are obviously the easiest way to make new alliances. So, although, as an Asatru, I am allowed to just divorce her whenever I want. There's no Catholic Church to tell me I can't divorce her, so that's really not a problem. But she's actually already pregnant with my child. So if I divorce her, and then she has a son, that's going to be not great, because it'll put a wedge between me and my new heir. So we'll just ride this out. And also, though, to be fair, in this culture, having a daughter isn't a total game changer, ender, because in Norse culture they do have a cultural trait, performative honor, so that women are allowed to hold certain positions and jobs that they aren't allowed to hold in, like, Christian culture. So, for example, women are allowed to be your knights. They're allowed to become shield maidens if they get good enough at, military and fighting and all that. So that it can also then typically serve as these kind of roles on your courtiers. So I'm not going crazy on hiring courtiers yet because they cost money, and obviously I don't have a very strong economy to start with, but one you have to have. You have to have a personal physician. And you want to just go ahead and immediately set him to control plagues. Because plagues are one of the few things in this game I feel like they really haven't gotten under control. You are going to get a lot of plagues, and they're going to kill a lot of people. And if you have a decent personal doctor, you can really take the edge off of it. All right, so we conquered Pelamork, right? You can see that. Their army's chilling over here. But down here you can see I have 100% of control, even though I didn't defeat his army. And that's because I captured, it looks like his wife and his... Yes, is that his son, his only son? Okay, yes, I have his wife and his only son in my prison. So he's going to surrender his land to me in return for what I'm assuming is their safe. Yeah, all valuable prisoners taken by all war participants will be released. So I would assume both his wife and his son count as valuable prisoners. But I'm going to get his land, so I will absolutely make that trade. You can have your wife and your son back. Now, I could have also done other things. I could have executed his wife and son. But that would not have made him, oh, do I still have his wife? Oh, I still have his wife. She's not that impressive, though. So, as a pagan, I have what I not only have, I need concubines. All right? It hurts my prestige that I don't currently have any concubines. People are like, what do you mean you're a chief and you've got one wife? What are you, a Christian? So, when you take women captive in this game, you can force them to be your wife. Well, your concubine. Which would give me a little more prestige, which I need to make people respect me. And in tribal culture, which we are a tribal culture, prestige is also what I use to get more soldiers. Because, you know, word of mouth about my deeds, about my actions, is how I recruit, right? That's how Vikings want to go recruit the biggest, baddest other Viking, right? So I got to be the big bad Viking. First things first, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and create the Duchy of Viking. Oh, I don't have enough money yet. Okay. First things first, I'm going to get all the money I need to create the Duchy of Viking. And as a Viking, how do we make money, friends? How do we, as Vikings, make money? Well, we pay the iron price, do we not? So, I pulled my army up with no target, and that's because I'm going to click Start Raiding. And now I can see roughly how much money my neighbors are sitting on if I were to raid their different villages. Now, also, obviously, if I'm going to raid somebody, I don't want to raid my neighbor with roughly... Oh, no, he's got more troops than me. So, yeah, I do not want to raid him. That would be a bad idea. It's probably going to be here, let's be honest. This is also going to be the next place I take over. Yeah, he's got 804 men. We're going for it. We're obviously better fighters than him. Obviously. We don't really have a huge numbers advantage, but I'm just going with the we're obviously better than them excuse. Because he does have enough men that he's going to fight me. Oh, wait, he was off raiding somebody else. Okay, let's see how this goes. He might not get here in time because he was off raiding himself. That's the danger of raiding, friends. If you raid too far from home, you leave your own home open. Okay, my player heir is currently my daughter. She's quick, which means she gets +1 in a range of skills. That's good. It is extremely unlikely this is actually going to be my player heir, because as soon as I have a son, my son will surpass her in the order of operations. That is just how it works in my culture. I would need to spend a bunch of money to fix that. Now, I could. If you wanted to make a matriarchal Viking culture. The Vikings actually are one of the cultures in this that you could make into a matriarchal culture without too much extra work. You would just need to change your succession laws and to make it so that you could only get, female heirs. I don't have any of the technology or anything I need yet to do that, but you could get there. You could do it. All right, so with that raid, I should have enough money now to take my dukedom. And I'm about to be the Duke of Viking. Where are the Vikings of Viking? Or Viken? I don't know exactly how I would pronounce these things. Some of y'all are Swedish. You could tell me. Though any of my Swedish watchers, it's going to be the middle of the night for them. So probably not. Alright, let's see. Oh, I can station my men-at-arms. So these are all things you just kind of got to remember to do at the beginning of the game. Depending on where you station them, they'll get different bonuses based on what buildings you built there. So these are just my light infantry. I don't care that much about the bonuses as long as they're getting some bonuses. The same with the Vigmen. They're just light skirmishers as long as they're getting some bonuses. Okay, I want to make a troop of heavy infantry. No, not raise all. That is not what I meant to do. Cancel that. Okay. Created regiment. Alright, and armored footmen. So it'll start raising men to fill this as soon as I unpause it again. And it'll slowly train up the men till I have 100 armored footmen. Which is not 100% not what I meant to buy right now. God, I am just not paying enough attention. I'm not going to get rid of them, though, because I will have already sunk cost into them that I don't get back. So, yeah, we'll just have armored footmen. It doesn't really hurt, but I would have preferred to have gotten veterans there, Viking veterans. So, yeah. That's, it is what it is. All right, and then you have to choose a lifestyle. My character is best suited to martial lifestyle because he had a martial education, so I will learn martial traits fastest. I'm actually going to go with stewardship, though. Ooh, or I could go with learning. It depends. We'll go with stewardship because I'm going for the kingdom. So this controls how many lands, how many counties I can control. Up here. So right now I could have up to 5 counties without worrying about having rebellions because my character's just that good at taking care of stuff. If he really sucked, he might actually suck. No, 14 is pretty good. So yeah, he's got good stewardship. So if he really sucked at this, he'd only be able to control 2 counties at a time, right? 5's a decent amount, but as I get him better at stewardship, he'll be able to control more and more counties. And if I want him to control the whole kingdom, then yeah, he's never going to be able to control the whole thing. I'm going to have vassals. But you want to have as few vassals as possible because you can't trust them all. And the more you have, the more untrustworthy vassals you have. All right, so this is going to be my next war target. He's got an ally. Together they have a little over 1,000 men. I've got about the same number of men as them. Oh, wait, I have a daughter! Talk about unused. So, just in case she ends up being my player heir, I have to choose matrilineal marriage on this, which means that the children will be of my dynasty and not of whoever she's marrying. Because if I let her children be of another dynasty, and then I die and I don't have a son before then, and she's my heir, then it's going to pass my kingdoms off to another dynasty eventually, and that's how you lose the game. You lose the game when your characters no longer control land. Though that's not true anymore, because now you can be landless as a landless adventurer. But that was originally how you lost the game. Okay, the chiefdom of Loftur. Where is that? Oh, up in the north. You know what? That's actually great because I'm not going to be at war with them anytime soon. Right? So I'm down here. They're up here. We're not super far from each other, so we can provide support. 900 men's not a ton, but, you know, that's the kind of person who's going to let his son marry my daughter, and then their family members are going to be part of my family and not his. Plus, it looks like this guy's got a lot of extra sons. Ooh. Oh, no, that's Orkneyar. I thought for a second that was going to be, but yeah, he would have had a larger army. So yeah, I'm going to go with these people. They have the largest army of anybody willing to marry their son to my daughter, and we'll just do it. She's not going to get married until she's 16 anyway, so who knows? He might be dead by then. They might lose all their land, but for now, it's going to get me some allies for the wars to come. All right. And like I said, I'm going to roll this. We're going to play this aggressive. A lot of the times when you play the Vikings, they have a unique ability. Well, they have many unique abilities because the people who make this game are Swedish. So they love making the Vikings super overpowered. So they're always the most fun faction to play. Just a fact. But you can invade other kingdoms. Like, let's see. Why isn't this... Yeah, here we go. Declare war. So you can do Varangian adventures, which means you go there with an army and you try to settle there, you know, and take over, because the Vikings were known for doing that. They would go somewhere, and they'd be like, yeah, we live here now. I mean, lots of people did that, but anyhow, you can do that, and it's just a super easy mechanic in this game, and you'll just uproot, you know, all your troops and everything, and just go to a different area and try to take it over. And if you can, it's a good way to make, you know, combination cultures and all that. So a lot of people play Viking so that they can do that, so they can go invade some other part of the world and be like, oh look, I made Vikings in Greece, you know. But we're going super traditional with this run, and we're just trying to take Norway, because that is the life goal of Harald Tengelhair. And yeah, like I said, we're just gonna go right at it with this war. Oh, whoops, no, I do not want to go to war with Lotharingia. I want to go to war with my loser neighbors. Ulster Agder. It wouldn't make a lot of sense necessarily for me to take Vester Agder. Actually, no. I lied. It makes more sense for me to take Vester Agder. Why does it make more sense for you to take Vester Agder, Kevin? When it would break up your counties, right? Well, because I'm going to come in here. I'm going to wreck this guy's military, right? To take over one of his counties. He's going to have no army left after I wreck him. But I'm going to have to go to peace with him after I take one of his counties at for a certain period of time. And if I take this county, then this guy right here is going to invade this one as soon as he does, because he doesn't have an army anymore. And I can't take this one yet because I didn't claim it, right? So this is actually the smart money. It's giving myself this kind of weird looking state, but it's only going to be until I can come back in the other direction and sweep up what's left of this guy's kingdom. All right, let's get this siege going. Now, obviously, I almost outnumber him 2-1. So he's going to run off to start. Oh, no. Oh, bad luck, my guy. He did not run away fast enough, and I caught him. So down here's the battle happening. You can see, you know, what advantages and stuff you have. Our champion, Olafur, my uncle. No way. That was the guy who I was like, I want to get him killed. Well, I got him killed all right. He had his head ripped off by Sorkvir the Berserker. This game is twisted, y'all. Okay, so my counselor, Helgi, my uncle, is dead. Slain in battle. Also, my other uncle, Oliver, died in that battle. All three of my uncles died in that battle. No way. That's kind of hilarious. Absolutely not what I was intending to do. Yes, there are only 3 living members of my dynasty now. Oh, that's ridiculous. My cousin is still alive, and my player heir. Oh. Okay, so, when I said I wanted that guy dead, I maybe didn't mean just yet. Oh, yeah, now I need to replace him on my council. Okay. Oh, no. He's my... Oh, this is not great. Let's see. Do I have anyone... Let's see if I have anyone... If I have anyone in my court who I can get married to anyone useful right now. Not my guests, though. My guests I'm not in control of. Ooh, my mother's not married. Somebody of note will wish to marry my mother. So I'm just going to take whatever man has the highest stewardship who's willing to marry my mother. He's a Norsasatru. He's got a positive opinion of me. He's a coward, and he doesn't drink, and he's calm. All right, I don't feel like this guy's going to murder me. I don't feel like this guy's got delusions of grandeur. He can marry my mother. And he doesn't have a house, so yeah, the children are going to be born into her old house, because I say so. And so yes, he will accept this proposition, because he is a landless nobody who's just good at some stuff, and he's going to get to marry the Duke's mother. So he just had a very good day. And he's going to get a paying job out of it. Alright, now... As for a marshal, I don't have anybody worth making a marshal in my court. Okay, once again, let's see if I got anybody. Those men just died, so not only they should have had wives in my court that I can then marry off to a new man. Women, like I said, women are only allowed to hold certain positions. But they are allowed to be your spy masters. So taking women into your court with a high intrigue skill can obviously backfire if they decide to use it against you. But also, if you give them jobs and stuff, typically they're not going to use it against you. She did not have a positive opinion of me to start with, though. Oh, she's ambitious. I should have paid attention to that. She's ambitious, which is not ideal. You don't necessarily want the person in charge of you not getting assassinated being ambitious, but she's talented enough that I will deal with it for now. And I need a marshal. So like I said, I need one more person to get married. Who else can get married to someone who's good enough to be my marshal? I think, am I allowed to make... Nope, no one will marry him. Not one person in the world wants to marry my doctor. He's a doctor. You guys are crazy. Oh God, was that me thinking about romancing my own mother? Was that what I was just accidentally looking at in the options there? Because yes, that would be an option to have your character do in this game. I can't tell you why you would want to do that. Okay, no, I don't have any unmarried women in my court that I can just find a husband for. Shit. Okay, let's see. Okay, you're 15 command. That is not bad at all, but you're also an alcoholic. And if I've learned anything lately, you don't want an alcoholic in charge of your military. So I'm going to take this guy with a little less skill. Only 10? Alright, that's fine. Alright. So he's not quite as skilled. Oh, he's a pretty good individual fighter, though. He's got excellent prowess. So he'll make a good knight either way. So really, yeah, that's a good hire right there. He's also going to be my marshal, though. Since I just lost 3 men who could be my marshal in one battle. Okay. Yeah, so I was going to say my person I'm at war with, their allies, was going after my capital, and that was maybe going to be a problem if they could have sieged it down before I sieged down their capital. But then they changed where they were because they wanted to meet up with the other army, and the AI is blowing this at the moment. Now they're both going for it, so he should have just stayed at my capital the whole time, and they'd already be significantly further into the siege. No way they finish their siege before I do, so I'm really not concerned. This should win me. I'm already at 50%. Taking the capital in a siege should really win it for me. Hot damn, they are sieging faster than me, though. They're not going to beat me, though. Ugh, alright. I won the race, and I won the war. So, to the contemptuous Jarl Haraldur, may wisdom ever elude you. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Chieftain Kjotva. Excuse me. Excuse me, jeez. I might have to log in a bit just because I need to give my voice a break. I've certainly never streamed for most of a day before, that's for sure. This is like a marathon. Alright, so, boom, look at that. Now, Viking controls this land over here, too. And I've made it so that he doesn't share a border with this guy who might be thirsty for his land. Oh, wait, this guy's already at war with me. Yep, see? Okay, so this guy, notice, he was also at war with the same guy I was, trying to take the same piece of land. And now he's heard that I'm the one who controls it, and he has said, yes, I will continue my war, even though it is against someone who's about to whoop my ass. So I really should have kept my army up rather than having to reconstitute, but not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Unless he hires a big-ass mercenary army while I'm on my way, this guy's screwed. Yeah, he knows it. I can't imagine he could even afford to hire a big mercenary army right now. Okay, so what he's done is, I'm sure, retreated to whatever the best for his troops is. What kind of troops does he have? Vigman and Bonnie. Oh, okay. So he's got basically the exact same thing as me, except he doesn't have heavy infantry. So what does that sound? Oh, that doesn't sound like the exact same thing. It doesn't. And here we are. I have a son. Oh, no. Wait, no, it's not my son. My cousin. My cousin had a son. Sorry. But he is part of my dynasty, so I get to choose his name if I want to. A good... Ooh, Ketelmundr. That is a good, strong Norse name. Ketelmundr Yngling. Am I about to... I'm not going to lose this battle. I don't... Okay, I've got it. I've got it. 3 counselors died in this battle. Why are my knights just getting themselves murdered? They're really going out of their way to get themselves killed. Oh man, and now I'm going to have to hire a new... Okay. So that was me making a noob mistake. I allowed my doctor to be one of my knights. I should have known better. You can forbid people from being your champions in battles. And frankly, that's probably smart most of the time if they're valuable to you. Because otherwise you end up with a council that looks like this. And if you're like me and you're in the early game and you don't have a bunch of people in your court or an easy way to get them there because you're not rich and famous, not having counselors is extremely not ideal. I don't want my spy master to be in charge of the church, so it's going to be my mom. I just put my mom in charge of the church, and she is only of average learning, so that is really not a great hire. But you know what? It's going to be. Diplomacy is the least important thing on the table for me right now, but he has shit stewardship. So I guess I'm going to make him my chancellor just because +5 is better than... Oh, no, he's my marshal. So, no, I'm not going to make him not my marshal because that's the only thing he's any good at. So, yeah, I'm just no chancellor, no steward right now, which is bad. Extremely not ideal. Oh, but her spouse died. Beautiful. My spy master's spouse died. I should be able to... Oh, no. It's because I'm at war. Okay. Nobody wants to do any marriages with me right now because I'm at war and I'm not super strong. So there's no reason for them to attach themselves to me any more than they have to at the moment. So, yeah, I got to win this war and prove to people that they would want to have their son or daughter married into my court. But I'm gonna. Okay, my wife is pregnant again. And boom, I win the war. This guy, I don't know what he was thinking he could stand up to me. Not gonna happen. So I get to keep my land. He had to pay me a little bit of gold. It hurt his reputation, and I gained reputation. That's the overall there. And oh, I do have some prisoners, so I can force prisoners to join me if, and I am that desperate. And this guy's got really good stats. Who is this guy? He's a lowborn, and he's in my prison, and he has a positive opinion of me. All right, you work for me now, Otter. We're going to negotiate your release. I'm going to recruit you. And I will take a... No, I won't take a weak hook on you because that hurts your opinion of me even more. And I just want you to maybe like me. Maybe. He probably won't like me. Oh, he did. He still likes me right off the bat. Beautiful. That's a best case scenario. When you release someone from your prison and force them to be your knight, often they don't like you right off the bat. Not sure why. But that guy likes me. And this is a chiefess of another player. Or, well, not another player, but another, chief. So I could ransom her back for 25 gold, which, if you can tell, is actually a decent amount of gold for me right now. Or I could take her as my wife if I just wanted to be a dick to this guy. I could force her to be my concubine. But she doesn't really have special stats. She doesn't have any inheritable traits. So I'm going to let him buy his wife back because I want the gold more right now. Again, I should have concubines because it's hurting my people's opinion of me. If I go up here, I can look at prestige. And there you go. I'm losing 0.10 a month right now from my total prestige because I don't have enough concubines. Which really isn't crazy or anything, but, it would help. It would help. And I think if I had enough concubines, it would provide a positive, so it would not only offset that, it would add to it. I mean, it does say there's still just about as many of you watching as there has been for most of the time. but I haven't heard a question in a while. Again, if you're just chilling out, listening, that's fine. I got no problem with that. But again, if you got, I'm here to chill and to talk to you guys too if you feel like it. So this is the guy I just let out of my prison. He would actually make a better marshal than this guy is. But he's also a better diplomat. And he's significantly smarter. A 15. I could take my mom's job away from her. That's good. I mean, he might actually. I might make him my doctor. He might be smart enough for me to make him my doctor. Even no, he'd still be a poor doctor. Sometimes when somebody's really smart, it's like you could just make him your doctor because it sort of evens out. But yeah, it's apparently not evening out very much for this guy. So we will let's make him a diplomat. We'll make him a diplomat. Just because I need somebody there. And I still need a steward. Oh, no, wait. He's a 12 stewardship, too? Wow, I lucked out with that guy. I can't believe. Who's this other guy now that I'm talking to? Oh, my God, he's decent, too. 20 prowess, 19 martial. Some of this other stuff is kind of shit, but... I mean, 20 prowess alone is enough for me to take him in. Because I don't have enough knights. And who are you? This is the same woman I already imprisoned once before. And he doesn't want to pay me for her? Dude, if you're not going to pay me to get your wife back, we got a problem. We got a problem. Because I don't want to hook on you because you're nobody. You got no land. What do I want from you? Nothing. Nothing. So I might have to steal your wife just on principle. Yeah, I'm stealing his wife on principle. You gotta pay, my guy. I mean, I'm not executing her. I could execute her. Look at that. It's gonna piss off her kids. Well, that's it. I pissed off her kids. She doesn't much like me either. Again, I'm not sure why. But of course you're still here, Heather. Again, I appreciate it. Nobody has to stick around. I'm just saying, I'm always here if anybody's got any questions or anything like that. Yeah, okay, so Sorkvir is going to join me. And Chief Dismare, I already ransomed her. So yeah, that'll happen in a second. There we go. You paid me 25. Look at that. You paid me 25 gold for your wife. That's how you do it. I would have taken 12 gold, man. I just wanted some gold. But you can't offer me nothing to send your wife back when I don't have any concubines. That was just not gonna fly. Alright. I need a chancellor. Oh, wait. Didn't I say my... Okay, wait. She should be able to find a spouse now. Only people who are already in my court. That's so... Oh, it's so not ideal. I need to bring new people into the court right now. Okay, well, that's what I'll do. I'm going to send out a herald looking for new champions. And hopefully one of them is just decent at stewardship when he gets here. Alright. So yeah, there is a lot of pausing and planning in this game. But it gives you plenty to talk about, like I said. So, I don't know. Some part of me feels like this is still more interesting than some of the other games I was showing y'all. My concubine is pregnant. That was quick. Maybe she doesn't dislike me as much as I thought. No, just kidding. And by just kidding, I mean, no. Terrible joke. She's in a bad situation right now. But she is pregnant. And I don't have a son yet. So if she manages to have it... Oh, though my other wife is pregnant too. So I have two pregnant wives right now. Simultaneous dual pregnant wives. Yeesh. All right. Rognilder has given birth to a perfect little daughter. Who will you become, my child? What shall I call you? So this is my primary wife, and she's had a second daughter. Unr, Dala, Vigdis. Oh, we're going with Vigdis. Vigdis for sure. I love Norse names, by the way. Alright, we're just gonna kick forward a little time. Empty council position. Yeah, I need some people to show up at my court. Okay, here's the first guy to show up at my court. Dude, you suck. Oh, actually, so he'd make a pretty good knight, but a real shit steward. My daughter is pensive. Okay, she's probably going to prefer a learning education, so I'll just go ahead and give her her greatest wish, a learning education. She is now enrolled in a learning education. And I don't really have the learning to pull that off, do I? No. Let's change her guardian. So yeah, you can then, you know, when you have children, you have to choose who's going to be in charge of their education. You probably want to pick somebody who's pretty good at the thing you want them to be good at. So right now, my highest learning is Otter. So Otter, you're going to teach my daughter how to read. And there it is. Freya. Freya just lapped my first wife and gave me a son. Now you will notice he does get a -1 to his diplomacy as the child of a concubine instead of as the child of my first wife. But he is still my player heir because he is my firstborn son. Now, if I had a different son with another wife later in life that I wanted to be more in charge, we could go about that. But for now, Kettlemunder is my player heir. Alright, I have a son. I am absolutely certain my name will live on. Cue a plague. Hey, Jenny! Jenny, I was just talking about you earlier. This is Crusader Kings 3. It's a hardcore nerd game that I have almost 3,000 hours in. But it's kind of a combination strategy RPG is what it ends up being, because what you're doing is you're running a family rather than just running one character. So you run one character at a time. So right now I'm playing as Haraldur Tangrelhair of Viking. I'm the Duke of Viking. This is my territory up here, and I'm trying to get to become the king of Norway. But yeah, you take control of the family line in this game. So when your character dies, you then go on playing as their character heir. So right now, my 0-year-old son is my player heir. Well, you shouldn't deny everything, because I was saying a bunch of really nice stuff about what a nice person you are and how you've been very kind to me as a new streamer and new person in the Wheel of Time community and all that. So don't deny any of it, because it's all true. I was also saying how, based on where you live, what is the middle of the night for you is the middle of the day for me. So I'm always sending you messages on Discord at 2 in the morning and shit. You've always been very nice about that. So, yeah. Only nice things to say about Lesbian Nerdy, friends. Only nice things. You ain't gotta thank me. It's just the truth. You've been very nice. Very welcoming. All right, I have earned enough experience in stewardship now to get a lifestyle perk. I'm gonna go with golden obligations. Obligations means I can demand payments when I get hooks on people. So if I let somebody out of jail for free, for example, that'll give me a hook on them instead of the cost. And then if they then get their hands on money later, I can demand they pay me to pay them back to pay me back for that time that I let them off. All right. Oh, this guy's offering me a concubine. Nothing super special about her stats, but she is honest, trusting, and just. She's just and she's an elusive shadow with a 2 in intrigue. That, I mean, I guess it does make sense because all of these are things that ruin your ability to do intrigue. All of her personality traits, but they still gave her an intrigue education, which she apparently did well in, even though she's got a 4-star intrigue education and a 2. She's terrible at intrigue. Oh man, this is not a good character. You would not want to play as her, for sure. But like you would have mental breaks and stuff all the time because your play style would be all messed up. But I think I will accept her as a concubine just because I don't have enough concubines and I'm not very powerful right now, and it'll reinforce my relationship with a neighboring ruler. So sure, why not? The why not might be because, maybe he has a strong hook on this woman who he has offered to be my wife. And he's going to use that strong hook so that she joins the assassination plot. Yes, Jenny, your infants get upgrades as they learn. Right? So here's all my kids down here. But my player heir, he does not have, I haven't chosen his education focus yet, for example. So there are 5 education focuses in this game that give you different skill trees that you're better at. And like I said, as long as he lives until my character dies, this is going to be who I play as next. So I kind of, to some degree, have the ability to shape him a little. And I say a little because sometimes the characters will end up very much not how you want them to be. But you can try to do it by giving them a certain kind of certain kind of education, making sure the person who gives them the education is actually really good at that focus, right? But for him, he's got 1 stewardship. Again, he's 0, or no, he's 1, so he shouldn't be good at any of this stuff. But the fact that he gained 1 stewardship first tells me that might be his strongest trait, and that would be great. I would love if he were best at that. I was thinking you were playing as the infant now too. Yes. No. So if somebody were to assassinate the Duke, Tanglehair at the moment, I would suddenly be playing as my infant son, and he would have probably his mother. I would assume is the person who's currently set as his. He's going to have a guardian set, who's not me. I can't even remember exactly where I go to set that. This is such a complicated game. But yeah, he's going to have a guardian who's in charge of him until he's 16. And that guardian is going to be in a power struggle with him as a child, trying to take power for themselves. And if they're ambitious or something, they might try to take the actual throne for themselves and have my son murdered or something before he's of age. That's the kind of stuff you got to deal with if you're an underage player in this game. And it also massively cuts out your choices on things you can do. So you can't run assassination plots and stuff like that if you're a child. So yeah, you do not want to be playing as a child, but you do want to pay attention to your child's education. Um, and yeah, like I said, so he's going to develop an interest area. It's going to pop up right here with where his other traits would pop up. Currently, his only trait is that he's a child of my concubine instead of being a child of my true wife. Um, but he will get other traits. He's got a balanced personality. Yeah, this guy could be pretty good. As long as I get him a decent education. And 4 prowess at this age means he's pretty healthy. So yeah, it looks like he's healthy. It looks like he might be a natural steward, which would be great because that means he could rule a kingdom pretty easily. And I just need to wait and see what his personality ends up being like, because his personality will tell me which of the education focuses he's actually going to be best at. And his personality usually shows up at, like, I think it's like 2 or 3 is when you start being able to see their personality. I've got another daughter from my concubine, Yrsa. Yrsa's a good name. Yrsa Yingling. Okay, no, I have all these daughters now, and I am not using that power it grants me. So I have 2 unmarried daughters. My first daughter was going to be my player heir before I had a son, and she's already married to this guy. She's 4 and he's 21, so she's not actually married yet, but she's promised to him. They're betrothed. So when she turns 16, she's gonna marry this guy if he's still alive, because again, in this game 12 years is a long time. Anybody, anytime might die, especially this guy, because he's like the 4th son of his father or something like that. He's the 3rd son of his father, so I'm sure his father uses him in every battle. All right. Oh god, I still don't have a chancellor. I could really use a chancellor. Okay, and yeah, because I've been talking so much, we're still in the very early game right now. Very early game. We're only in 872. So it's been like, what is it? How old is he? 22, so we were 17. Yeah, it's been 5 years in game so far. And I have an unstationed men-at-arms regiment. Oh, that reminds me of one other thing I forgot to do. Okay, we're going to station them in Oslo because it gives them the biggest bonuses. And then I remember I haven't selected my god yet, my personal deity. So as a member of the Asatru paganist religion, I can choose to devote my worship to either Odin, Ullr, Thor, or Freyr, and they all give me different bonuses, right? Freyr gives you fertility bonus, have more kids, and control growth bonus, which means you gain control in your counties faster, which is actually pretty useful. Thor, excuse me, gives you a +2 to your stewardship, so like your kingly ability, and a 3 to your prowess, aka your ability to fight. So yeah, very classic Thor, right? I tend to pick Thor. It's just Thor's a really good bonus there. 2 stewardship. 3 stewardship would give me an extra county that I could control. So 2 is usually enough to push you up 1 more because you've probably got 1 just sitting in your stats anyway. Devotee of Ullr gets better at martial. He also moves faster in speed or in winter, because winter affects how your armies move and stuff like that, obviously. And yeah, devotees of Ullr are just used to. I think Ullr is like a frost giant or something like that. And so maybe that's why they're better in wintertime. And then Odin gives you extra intrigue and extra piety. So just, because he's the leading god of the religion. So following him is the quickest way to get piety. But getting piety as a Viking, not super hard. You can just take captives and sacrifice them. You can arrest criminals and sacrifice them. And yeah, so like I said, I'm going to pick Thor. I almost always pick Thor. It didn't push me over to 6 holdings, but if I were to get another stewardship bonus at this point, it probably should. All right. Neighboring ruler won a war. Jarl Bjorn. Oh, yeah. Okay, what did I say? What did I say when we started about Jarl Bjorn? Bjorn Ironside is almost always the first king of Sweden. And he is well on his way. And he's got 3263 men. He's only 46, though he doesn't look terribly healthy. What's his health like? His health's fine. All right. But yeah, Bjorn is usually sacrificing criminals. Sounds very just. Well, it is just in, their system. If you've ever watched any of the Vikings shows, like this was a culture where like people would actually volunteer for sacrifice in certain scenarios. Religion's crazy like that, right? People will be like, "Yeah, kill me," if you teach them the right stuff. And do I play as a kind ruler or a cruel one? Typically cruel. That's kind of like asking, do you want to be a successful ruler or do you not? This is a pretty Machiavellian game. You can, assassinate. You can philander. You can, if I wanted to. So I'm the Duke of Viking, and let's say, I don't know, even just for role play reasons, if I decided, oh, I don't like my neighbor Sigurd's snake in the eye, right? I think he, wasn't very nice to me at that last feast. I could go and I could attempt to seduce his wife and get her pregnant, right? And then he will have my bastard son in his court. If you're real good at this, you can make characters based around intrigue, for example, and you could go out there and, put your secret children on other thrones and stuff like that, just for funsies. I mean, it's very much a play as you want game. You just sort of gotta invent your own, storyline or whatever you're going for if you're not going for one of the specific things you're expected to do, right? I have a moderate chance to bang my neighbor's wife. Guys. This is obviously just to show you guys how seducing works. So I started... Do I need to do the intrigue? No, I don't. Okay. So since this is... If this were like a hostile intrigue scheme, I would have agents that I would need to select, who would play parts in it. Only game I ever played is BG3. Now see, that's first off. If you're only going to play one game, BG3 is a great choice, Jenny. Fantastic choice. And I have also played BG3, and that's the kind of game where I'm more likely to play as a goody two shoes. Any like a fantasy game where I have like, oh, I can be chaotic good, or like I have an alignment, yes, I'm far more likely to play as a goody two shoes. But in a game like this where it's like, oh, this is real life, right? It's gonna get dirty, all right, and the dirty can be fun too. Wars in this game are obviously typically going to be fun unless they aren't. All right, the Troubadour's dedication. So this is the first step in my seduction plan on my neighbor's wife. A troubadour will soon be performing at the court in Roskilde. It would be a simple request to have her change the performance to be dedicated to the High Chiefess Bleja, or Bleia, the target of my affection. So currently, I have a 14% success chance of successfully seducing the High Chiefess. And I have an 80% chance of getting caught trying to seduce this guy's wife. So, why not just boldly declare my love to this woman by sending her a bard to sing her songs and say it's from me? Oh, that's why not. How dare you embarrass me in public like that? Did you want me to have to explain what the Troubadour's words would mean to my husband? That was kind of what I wanted. That was kind of what I wanted. But I'm going to tell her it's not what I wanted. And I made a bad impression, so I have hurt my chance of seducing her by 10%. This is not great. All right, now I'm going to give her a gift. And I have to decide which of these gifts I think is going to, she's going to like the most. Asterion was always irritated with you. Yeah, not just irritated. I mean, I think I had to kick him out of my group a couple of times. I had to kick Will out of my group, I mean, that's just the kind of stuff you got to do when you're a goody two-shoes. Though, actually, the first time I played through, I was Will, and I intentionally went into the game trying to be a goody two-shoes, and trying to play Will as a goody two-shoes, that one hurts. Alright. I did it, though. I did beat the game as a goody two-shoes Will. Alright, so again, I need to figure out which of these I think is going to impress her. A wood carving of a castle, because I think she appreciates architecture. Poetry on the joys of life, dedicated to her, because I think she enjoys the physical pleasures of life, or at least poetry. Or an embroidery featuring her house crest, because I think she cares about her family stature. So she's of House Northumbria, so she might care about her family stature. Oh, she's Catholic? I'm trying to seduce this guy's Catholic wife as a pagan. This is so... Alright. And what's she into? She's a novice physician. She's brave. She's paranoid. She's honest. And this stuff really will affect which of these gifts she likes if I'm, really paying attention. Okay, I think I'm going to go with the family crest because she is of Northumbria. Thank you so much for the crest. I can scarce remember the last time I received such a wonderful gift. Yes! So that might have been a bad gift if, for example, she was lowborn. But no, she's from a family that's not actually super important, but they want to think better of themselves. So she liked the gift. Physical pleasure. Are you going to give her a dirty poem? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. You nailed it, Jenny. You want to get some medieval porn? Go to some poetry. It exists. It exists, okay? The tawdry, sweaty romance novel of medieval times was some horny poetry. 110%. I'm kind of surprised there's no horny poetry in Wheel of Time, frankly. Am I allowed to talk about Wheel of Time, Jenny? Are we there yet? Visby is currently free of Sweden. And he's only got 600 men. I would kind of like to take that, but that would also be setting up a future war with Sweden for no reason, essentially. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, right? I'm sad, too. I mean, I honestly really kind of felt like I saw it coming from before the beginning of the season, but I just wanted to enjoy the season with everybody, and, But as soon as I heard those comments from the people making the show about how you needed to cancel your Amazon Prime subscription and start a new one to make Prime think that they're bringing in new viewers instead of just maintaining viewers, I was like, oh, this is doomed. Because that's an impossible metric. And if you're someone who's done any work in corporate America in the last 10 or 15 years, you should be getting very familiar with the concept of the impossible metric. The impossible metric is usually centered around infinite growth. And the infinite growth in this scenario is the idea that there are a bunch of people out there who don't already have Prime. Everybody has Prime, and it's because you deliver our freaking underwear to us. Not because you make TV shows. And you already knew that, because everybody already belonged to your service before you even started making TV shows. So, you know, somebody with a master's in business administration who thinks they're a lot smarter than I am made these decisions. But I could have told them from day one, it was never going to do that. It was never going to do that. I don't know what idiot thought it was going to do that. And since they didn't do any merchandising of anything, as far as I can tell, they made 2 t-shirts. I don't know what they thought was going to make money. Right? Yeah, we're chasing black box algorithms. And, well, see, now, but here's the thing. Here's my flip point to that, which is that if it's only a streaming service, they actually do have a reason to produce television that a bunch of people want to watch. So that's my only really positive thing I have to say about the idea of the continuation of Wheel of Time at this point. I just declared war on this guy without even consciously thinking about it. It looks like I should be able to win. Let's call in my allies just in case. All right. But yeah, I think that this property actually has something to offer for like an Amazon. Somebody that is just a streamer, but that doesn't control the market completely. So again, Amazon controls the market already because we signed up for Amazon 15 years ago so we could buy freaking plastic crap, right? Or soap or whatever the hell you buy on Amazon. And we were never going to be new users to Amazon because we already have your product. But a streamer like Apple that is really starting to break into the scene, I think that they have something to gain from picking this up and running with it, because they have significantly less people subscribe to their service than an Amazon does or a Netflix does. And so as many people as we would bring to their service in one go, I think it would really be worth it for them. But again, the problem with America seems to be that it doesn't matter if somebody can make sense like what I just said to you. It matters what the other businesses are doing. So you're just going to copy Amazon no matter how stupid what they're doing is, because they're Amazon, so they're the industry leader. So I don't know. Again, you know, I feel like what I'm saying is very reasonable, but it doesn't seem like the MBAs of the world are still aware of what reasonable is. Yeah. That's definitely the shortest that I've said today, that same thought. But I have said that a bunch of times. Because, yeah, there's just, you know, when you already own the whole freaking world, there's just not that much left to conquer, Bezos. You know, go to fucking space and leave the rest of us alone. But the important part of that phrase is leave the rest of us alone. All right. High Chiefess Blaia's windows are lit by a warm glow. Even from the ground, I can see movement inside. My pulse thrums loudly in my ears. Both courting the chance to bed her, as well as visiting Roskilde, has left me in deep waters. All right. Am I going to shout up to her? Am I going to climb up? Or am I going to leave her a seashell and a note? Or am I going to take off, run away? Because this is a bad idea. I mean, I've only got a 20% success and secrecy chance, so let's just blow this up, right? Let's blow this up. I'm going to climb up there. Hoping for a push campaign to get things into another service. Me too. I've been saying on the stream all day, because I have been streaming almost all day. Anybody that asks about it, I'm just really one for the other. Yep, 100% war score when I took his only property, so that makes sense. Look at that. Viking is growing. I'm gonna be ready for a second duchy soon. Oh, I've frozen. Am I still frozen? That would be a good question. Okay. I think my internet speed, based on what I told my buddy today, my upload speed for some reason is not up to par. So we're going to work on that if I'm going to be doing some streaming, because, yeah, my first attempt was really bad. It went poorly, and it was just because I was asking my computer to do too much. But not really. I have a pretty decent computer, so it should be able to do better than this, but I think it's just my internet connection. So I just need to figure that out. Oh, I mean, you've always been behind. It seems like the chat is about 40 seconds behind real life me based on the talks I've been given today. People are like, man, you're talking so fast, I can't respond in time. And I'm like, oh, no, it's just that you're seeing what I said 30 seconds ago. All right. I have realized that talking to people definitely makes me far less able to concentrate on my games, but, you know, the games aren't really that important anyway. Oh my god, did this work? High Chiefess Leia's reactions to my advances tell me everything I need to know. The time has come to put my plan into action. Yet, I fear the consequences. High Chiefess Leia's husband, Jarl Sigurdur, and his agents could be hiding in any shadow, listening through any wall. I only have a 5% success chance. Oh, this is so bad. I really shouldn't. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna. Leia will be mine. You came all this way here for me, my beloved. After searching the hallways of High Chiefess Leia's hall, clad in servant's garb to avoid notice, I find Leia in a secluded garden. It's Rand and Elaine, guys. It's Rand and Elaine. Gotta sneak in dressed like the help so I can bang my girlfriend. She lights up and sees me, and the sight of her lights me up in turn. The ratty shirt I had donned soon lies forgotten on the floor, and we spend the whole night making sure my journey was worth the effort. Oh, I did it. 5% chance, and I was successful. High Chiefess Leia becomes your lover. High Chiefess Leia gains 20 opinion of you. There is no reason for me to have done this. This is so stupid that I did this. I love it. So sometimes you just play games like this where you want to watch the world burn. There is honestly almost no advantage. Oh, well, here's the real advantage to getting your neighbor's wife as your lover. She has a plus 77 opinion of me now. So what that says is I might be able to get her to join me in murdering her own husband. I'm Littlefinger, guys. Okay, I'm Littlefinger in this. Yes, not only will she join me, she will do it without me needing to pay her any extra bribes, and she adds plus 32 to the scheme advantage. Beautiful. No, she adds 41, and she's the actual assassin. This woman's gonna stab her own husband to death for me. Yes, this is the game, guys. This is why you play Crusader Kings. Okay? So like I said, I literally just seduced this woman as a joke so I could show you guys what kind of stuff you can do in this game. Alright? I said there was no advantage to me doing it. I was confidently wrong in that. Because we have now realized I have a decent chance. I have a 71% chance of successfully assassinating my stronger rival next door and his, well, not terribly underage son, but his slightly underage son will take over, which might cause a rebellion or something from one of his uncles. This is fantastic. So we're going to go through with this. Now you can see here, I have to hire agents to go through with this scheme, and then it'll have to play out over time, and it could get caught. I could, you know, one of these people could screw up, and there could be breaches of the scheme, and then, you know, the secrecy blows up, and he knows that I'm trying to kill him, and it doesn't happen. But if I get enough talented people, so this guy's my guest, and I guess he wants to impress me, so he's willing to join. Oh, no. Usually when it says, oh no, it just says can be convinced. So when it says can be convinced, usually that means they're going to also need a bribe of some kind. I can bribe him with money. I can make a hefty bribe. I can offer a hook on myself, which means he can ask me for a favor in the future that I'm not going to be able to turn down. I can offer him prestige, some of my own prestige, based on my prestigious good word. So the idea of this is like, I'll start talking good about you, and I'm a famous duke, right? So you want me to do that, right? And you can see down here how that affects his acceptance. So me just talking good about him, not going to get him involved in this assassination. But if I talk about him and I offer him a hook, he will join the assassination scheme. With my eye-patched assassin, I'm going to have to spend 225 prestige to do it. But we'll do it, just for the heck of this scheme, because I'm showing you guys how the schemes work. So, if I could find somebody... so the higher this can be convinced number is, the less likely I'm going to need to bribe them. So some of these people might join if I just ask them to without me having to bribe them, but it's not looking like it. The number of people willing to do stuff for me without being bribed will go up if I get more powerful, but yeah. Thank you for stopping in, Jenny. I'm always happy to see you. I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon. And yeah, make sure you release all the stuff with your sister. Honest to God, I haven't even started the first one yet, but I want to see all of them. I want to see all of them. I want to get as much out of this as I can. And I'll see you next time. Yeah, this is my second stream of the day, too. That's the other thing. I've basically been streaming all day. But yes, thank you for stopping in. Alright, I need more people in this scheme. But I'm going to have to bribe them. So the further up the list I go, the more they increase the scheme potential, because they're probably closer to this person. So his own steward. No, wait. Yes, his steward would join for a good enough bribe. Alright, a hefty bribe, that's all it takes. Oh, that's not your sister? I thought the first video or something said it was your sister. Maybe I could be wrong, or maybe I'm just reading the comments saying it was your sister. That could be it as well. But either way, I'm going to be watching those soon. And you know I'll be commenting. So I'll see you then. Alright, I'm paying 58 gold to his steward to get him to be my thug. Now I need an infiltrator. Negative 49 kind of means I'll have to pay her a lot. What do you mean my spy master won't just do this shit for me? She's my spy master. I'm going to bribe her and offer her a hook. That's too much for my own spy master, but I want to get this guy now. And I don't have anybody willing to be my alibi. 0 people are going to speak up for me on this one, because everybody's going to know it was me, apparently. All right, here we go. All right, now it's in motion. So now when I let time go, it'll be down here in the corner. You can see the scheme will be powering up. And you have to go through stages of the scheme. Oh, all right. My son is starting to show his personality. And his personality is charming. Not what I thought it was going to be. Not what I thought it was going to be. Which is not terrible. It's not terrible. So charming means his best educational topics are going to be diplomacy or intrigue. And I was not expecting to rock either of those as a primary for my son. But you know what? With how intrigue's working for his dad, I mean, let's do it. Let's lean into the intrigue. We are some ninja Vikings. Okay. Did I just say Longhouse is built? I need new roads. All right, start the project. So yeah, sometimes you'll get events like that come up that are things that will affect your economy or your ability to bring in, your famous level or anything like that. And that one was about I need to pay money to fix my roads or it's going to hurt my economy. So I said, yes, fix my roads. And there will probably be a few more decisions I have to make in that line quest. Oh, look at that. The place I invaded was in the middle of building a new building when I invaded. So I got it when it finished. Beautiful. All right. I should probably be planning a little bit. When does my truce with this guy end? Oh, it might already be over. No, wait. Was that it right there? I think it's over. I can declare war. I can declare war. All right, time to mop this guy up. Even before it's completed, merchants have begun traveling along the new road in Rogaland. Svein suggests that those who use the road should contribute to its construction. Or they could contribute to my coffers. So either I can agree with him and say, yes, we're going to put tolls in, and the tolls are going to help increase the road quality and the progress of the road event. Though control level in Rogaland is going to go down because people don't like toll roads. Or I could settle for a flat fee, which means they're going to pay me 50 gold right up front. My road progress will go up by 1, but the quality of the roads will decrease by 1 because I'm keeping the money that I should be spending on the roads. Now, in real life, would I want my politicians to take bribes and lower the quality of things that everyone uses? No, I wouldn't want that. I would want them to spend the money on making the roads better for everyone. But I'm going to make the real life political decision and I'm going to take the bribe. Because that's politics, baby. I'm going to hit his army. Boom. Yeah, he's done. One battle with his army. If I'm lucky, I capture him in this battle because it looks like he's in charge of his own troops. Okay, so with the ongoing war, levies are using completed parts of the road to quicken their march. Already damaged, Svein claims the workers will have to double back and reinforce it before it's done. So I can say it's not worth the effort to do the road right, essentially, which is going to give worked to death. This is going to make a bunch of people not like me because I guess I'm going to work people to death trying to fix the roads. And the quality of the roads will go down, but the progress will go up. Or I can lose 50 gold, the exact value of the bribe I just took, to increase the road quality by 1. Ugh! Okay, so again, I would say the smart call here would be to pay for the roads, increase the road quality, and not take the hit. But as someone who likes to role play, I've been playing Haraldur as kind of a dick. He's not a very nice guy. He's got 2 wives, and yet he's cheating with his neighbor's wife. He's, taking land left and right. So yeah, he's kind of a dick. So he's going to work his peasants to death. This is not a nice guy run. I still don't have a chancellor. I'm just like, yeah, screw diplomacy. I have an axe. Ooh. Alright, here we go. Road network is finally complete. This will carry people where they need to be for decades to come. I can either say, I cannot wait to reap the benefits, and I get a stewardship lifestyle perk, as well as improved road network. Or I could choose... Ooh, I could make him my steward. So he's not currently fully employed with me. He's only like a decent steward. He's not even as good as the guy I currently have. So no, I do not have more work for him. I'm just going to say, good job. Thanks for the roads. Alright, tribute taxes up. Income while at war up. Yes, this is stewardship, friends. You just keep making more money. Alright. I am starting to get a little tired. Probably going to be wrapping up the stream here in the next, I don't know, let's say 15 minutes. I will wait until we see whether or not this assassination rolls through. If you've been sticking in here with me, you obviously need that storyline. I'm not going to leave you hanging. But once we wrap up this assassination attempt, I think I might be wrapping up the stream for the night. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting for the level number here. It says 3. I'm going to wait for that. I need to wait for it to get to at least 5 before I can even attempt to assassinate him. But the higher you let the level get, the higher the chance of successfully assassinating him is going to be. It's just that also that he has more time to discover that you're trying to assassinate him. Alright. Oh, they found a witch! A witch! Blood-stained cloth, crow's feathers, strange-smelling concoctions. This is the evidence presented to me by a group of villagers from Rogaland as proof that Asa has been practicing witchcraft in her hut on the outskirts of their village. The villagers claim her evil works must be the cause of their poor harvest, and are calling for her execution. She's a genius. She's a lunatic genius. Ooh, lunatic's not great, but this right here, friends, in my opinion, this is the most valuable trait in the game. I'm sure there are some people out there that would be like, no, it's not. You're dumb. But making this woman... Here's what we're doing. Okay, so the peasants want me to burn her alive. If I burn her alive, I will gain 300 stewardship lifestyle experience, which is actually pretty good. I also get... Oh, no, that's if I release her. Sorry. If I release her, I get stewardship lifestyle experience because I'm, like a smart guy. I'm like, oh, no, I'm educated. I know that this is not witchcraft, right? So I'm showing off how educated I am, and I get stewardship lifestyle experience for it. But the peasants will be upset, which means I'll be in extra danger, and I'll be more unpopular because I didn't burn the witch. Or I can choose to burn her, and I will gain 100 piety, and she dies, and then the chiefdom of Rogaland gets satisfied peasants. Or I could say, oh, a witch, I want to hire her as my new advisor, and she'll join my court and gain 50 opinion of me, and then the peasants are upset, and I lose religious points. And you know what I'm doing? I'm hiring the witch. And not only am I hiring the witch, I am marrying the witch. Oh, damn it! Oh, damn it! So look at this. I have quick, which gives me +1 to all these different stats, right? So that's the lowest level of like the one of the intelligence bonuses. She has genius, which is the highest level of that same trait. So she gets +5 to all the same stuff. And if the two of us have kids, there's a significant chance that they're going to get one of these two, or there is a middle trait between the two. But if I have a kid with genius, it's going to be really hard to not make them my heir, because a genius is a genius. Now, she, like I said, she's also a lunatic, which has its own dangers. But I'm going to make her my wife, and I'm going to do my damnedest to have a genius son and replace my current son with him. All right. Well, this is not great. We had a breach in the scheme, which means the existence of my plot to murder Jarl Sigurdur has been discovered. My involvement is not yet known, but this will make it a lot more difficult to bring the plans to fruition. Now, I'm at -9% success chance at this point. Son of a... -9% with a 0% secrecy rating. That is rough. I am not sure that I can pull this out at this point. At a level 4. The highest level of scheme potential is a level 10. So, or advantage, that is. So I'm gonna let this keep running, and let's see if my advantage even breaks back into the positive. It just dropped to 109% negative. What? What do you mean? Ah, he started countermeasures. Son of a... All right. Well, now we're screwed. He hired double guards. So that happened. The scheme breach happened, and then I pressed play down here on the thing, and then he immediately hired twice as many armed guards. So yeah, this is not happening now. So I'm gonna abandon the scheme, because the only thing that can happen at this point is he's gonna figure out I was the one trying to kill him, and then that'll be a problem. Because, like I said, at the moment, this guy likes me. He has a positive opinion of me, and yeah, his wife is my secret lover. Oh, this game is crazy. It really is. Alright, well, I won my war at least. Alright, and with that, I definitely control enough territory now to make a second duchy. I can make this duchy Egdafilkel? Egdafilki? Sure, that's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, I own both counties. I have 125 gold. Create the title. All right. So, friends, once you have 2 dukedoms, the next step is a kingdom. You need 2 dukedoms in order to be a king. And I have them. Now, what I do not have to be a king is enough of the Kingdom of Norway. Let's see how much more. So, this is full-on Norway if I wanted to control every county of, historical Norway. Now, obviously, this country does not exist yet. I just went to kingdom title mode, and it shows you all the full kingdom titles. Now, if I go back to realms, you can see I just own this little tip down here. But the Kingdom of Norway, I need to control 50% of it before I can make myself King of Norway, which means I need to own 16 counties, and I currently own 6. So I need to take 10 more of the counties from somewhere within Norway. And that's how you get a kingdom. But like I said, I have been streaming pretty much all day. So I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. For those of you that have been hanging around, some of you I think have been here for a really long time, and I appreciate that. I don't know why you enjoy listening to me ramble. I mean, I guess I do know why you enjoy that, because I listen to other people do this, just not myself. The weird thing is thinking about how someone else would think I'm the person worth listening to like that, but I appreciate it. Sorry, I was looking at that little piece of Montagu up here in England. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up for the night. I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys, and I'm sure I'll be doing more of this streaming going on in the future now that I'm actually figuring it out. So it's been great commiserating with you guys about our favorite show going off the air. Hopefully it's not fully over, and we'll get some kind of continuation. Crossing the fingers, Apple, somebody picks it up. And otherwise, I hope you guys have a nice weekend. Take care of yourselves. And see you next time, companions.